Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 60 of the Explorers of Efera campaign, The Return, as it is titled. Today is a very stark contrast from what the past 5 or 6 sessions have been. As I can guarantee you right now, there's going to be a lot of talking happening this session, which is traditional for the Explorers of Efera. So I do just want to give just a very brief disclaimer. If you haven't been able to tell already, I am just a little congested. So I do sound a little bit more nasally, which I apologize for. I'm going to try and be conscious of my sniffling and coughing and make sure to mute myself whenever I do that. So I just wanted to give a brief warning right at the top of the show. So I think that that was really the only thing that I needed to address before we got into it. Very excited for today's session. So I think that what we can do is we can go ahead and I'm sorry you woke up from an accidental nap and the world is strange and confusing, Mark. I hope that things work themselves out. But with that, we'll go ahead and roll the intro, and then we'll come back with a summary. And we're back. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, as opposed to me doing the summary, I have my players do the summary. And this week we have Kayla, or Alex Silverfoot, daughter of Logan Silverfoot, Warden of the North and Protector of Congiato, doing the summary this week. So, Kayla, whenever you're ready, go ahead and take it away.
Well, I will say, the summary is more in part thanks to Ryan. I'm just going to spice it up a little.
We're gonna add
Thanks,
a little spice.
Ryan.
You're
Hey.
welcome.
Yeah. So, after the group left the stronghold where they fought Mordekash, they came upon their final trial before finally getting into Malcanthic's core. And that trial consisted of facing off against these creatures known as the Living Failures. These large, grotesque, disgusting things that were once humanoid but now just roam this area protecting Malcanthic's core. Now, during this fight, Cyrus appeared and was able to help the party face off against these things. However, he wasn't really sure. There was a bit of confusion, I should say. Whereas Cyrus was under the understanding that he was with the group this whole time, whereas the group was like, no, you were not with us this entire time. Clearly, there was some type of disconnect on Cyrus's memory and what exactly he was doing here and why. So as the battle goes on, the party very narrowly escapes and is able to defeat these creatures. However, at the end of it, Cyrus sees a gateway appear before him, but only he can see it. And unfortunately, he felt as though it was only right that he went through this gateway. Perhaps it was a part of whatever trial he's doing with Emeril. Perhaps it's something more than that, but he did have to leave, much to the sadness of the group. Now, moving forward, the group came across the core, finally, and Morgonix was the only one who was able to actually approach, everyone else being unable to pass that threshold. An epic face-off / monologue off as Morgonix finally was able to destroy the core, killing Malcanthit and causing her to unable to resurrect or return once again. With this success, the group heads back to the material plane quickly thanks to Jinx scrambling out that teleportation circle, and we return to the villa. There, we finally have a chance to rest and reflect on our victory over Malcanthit, Morgonix finally being free. There was some brief news for Alec that she tucked away to address at another time, as the group really needed this chance to breathe, recollect their thoughts, and ready themselves to travel back to Efera to face their next challenge. Ah!
All right, very good, very good. So with that, that is right where we're going to pick up. Um, all of you had just spent that very brief amount of time in Port Sahala, your last few days, just resting and recovering from the absolute terrible turmoil that was the 88th layer of the abyss and all of the things that you had to face there. So you collect your things and you say your goodbyes to the people that you had met in the Gemstone Archipelago and Port Sahala specifically. Um, Jinx and Moku, having had quite the terrifying and exhilarating past couple of days or week, as it were, when you all exited the 88th layer of the abyss, thanks to some time dilation. Jinx and Moku share with you that they are going to stay within Port Sahala for the time being, just to calm down and relax and have a few days or a few months or maybe even a few years where they can stay away from any type of danger, period. So you say your goodbyes to them, but you do know that this isn't the last you're going to see of them. You do know that the Duncan is coming with you back to Efera on the ship with you. And finally, the coordinator of the Gemstone Archipelago of Port Sahala, she also bids you farewell, as all of you are just sort of packing up your last few things onto the ship. She informs you that as soon as she receives any word on that World Council meeting that's supposed to happen to delegate the estate of Duradine Dupree, that you would be the first people to know when that date is going to be specifically. But due to the war in the Salamander coast, she wasn't sure when that was going to be. So, with that, that is right where we're going to pick up, as all of you are on the port, which would be the northern port, which I believe is the gold port of Port Sahala. You, after those few days had passed, your ship, that was Agatha's sort of very, very fast clipper ship, had finally arrived, made with wood and linen, harvested from the Rufficent Grove, an area within the Salamander coast that has this innate property, when paired with shipmaking, that causes ships to travel exceedingly fast, faster than a normal ship could. Arriving there within those few days, ready to take all of you back to Efera. What typically is a 2-month journey, due to the speed of the ship and Varnath's ability with controlling water, that journey can instead be made in about 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks in that time. However, as you all are making your way onto the ship, you say your goodbyes, and everything is settled. As the ship is getting ready to depart, there is an individual that approaches you, Varnast, an individual that you've met before, a halfling man who you last encountered in New Verdalka. A man by the name of Douglas Finnegan. Now, Douglas, when you had met him before, he is the sort of quartermaster of this ship. He's the person just to make sure that all of the supplies are everywhere that they need to be. And as he approaches you, the halfling, huge cocky grin on his face, those like emerald green eyes, just smiles and says, "So there, good morning to all of you. Hope you know that rather speedy journey ahead of you. I was just curious. Typically on a ship, we run into a situation where there's already a captain when arrived, but sadly, or I guess not sadly, I was under the impression that, and he kind of looks to you, Varnes. I was under the impression that you would just do that. Was that misplaced?
No, I believe that was the plan.
Perfect. The only other thing you need to do is assign a first mate, which I suppose is up to you. Whoever you believe would be best suited for the job.
Joe, remind me, because we knew a little bit about like this whole crew. I don't think we interacted with them like too much, but like in terms of who's on the ship, who has like the most experience on the ship? Is it Douglas?
Yeah, it's Douglas in terms of like most um uh it's Douglas who has the most experience, but there is the navigator, or Chenza. She also has quite a bit of an experience, but she is not her duties are mainly relegated to making sure that you're going the right direction.
Douglas, I believe for the moment you will fulfill that role. I trust that there will be no issue with that.
Oh, no, first mate and quartermaster are not the same thing. So, the quartermaster is in charge of
Sorry.
managing supplies, and then the first mate is just sort of like second in command. And Douglas kind of looks to you and he's like, well, believe me, I'm flattered, but two jobs at once, I mean, I can if you really want me to, but I'd rather not be slacking on my quartermaster duties.
Gonix, fairly good with numbers. Could you perhaps help with his quartermaster duties while we travel?
Sure.
Like, do I believe you when you say that?
I don't know if I believe me when I say that.
Wow.
But I mean, if it's bookkeeping and stuff like that, she's perfectly capable. She's just never considered herself in such a position.
Douglas, can I talk to you for a moment?
Oh yeah, of course.
Mars kind of motioned you to the side.
Oh yeah, and he'll follow.
I was wondering if you perhaps might help me with something.
Oh, of course.
To be honest, I think it would be good if my companion back there, Alex Silverfoot, would act as first mate, but my concern with that is, not really a shipfarer by nature, so things could get a little complicated on the seas, as you well know.
Mm-hmm.
I would like her to be an acting first mate, but should things get dangerous, I'd like for you to step up into that position just to make sure that lives are not in danger.
Oh,
That's something that we could settle on.
of course, I will say that considering the lack of a seafaring experience, she might be challenged by some of the more lowly crewmates, but I'm sure that that's not going to be a problem for her. In all honesty, a good first mate is somebody who can stand and look imposing and enforce the captain's orders. So, if you think she can do that, then I'm sure she'd be fine. And in times of strife, if something were to happen to you, I'd make sure that she'd be making the right decisions, at least from a nautical standpoint.
That's all I can ask. Thank you. And Varnus will kind of like pat him on the shoulder.
Oh, well, thank you.
All right, and then he'll head back to join the others.
Okay.
Alec, would you be my first mate on this voyage?
Kind of like looks around for a second. Me? Yes, I can do that. I've never sailed a ship before, but she just
Well.
kind of shrugs.
Can you make sure that the men are doing their work and not lazing about when they need to be working, and anything I command you make sure they're listening to?
I can do that.
All right, then I think you'll be fine. The rest you can work on as we go.
Okay.
All right, well, no time to waste. I know we're going to make good time, but we have things to do. So, let's cast off.
Alrighty. And with that, word begins to spread throughout the ship of the new hierarchy of leadership. Varnas being captain, and then Alec being first mate, and then Morganix aiding in any of the quartermaster duties that may come up, say if something were to happen to Varnast along this 3-week journey. So I will say, just for the sake of expediency here, the journey by sea is fairly low profile. You're moving so fast that any ships that could have posed an issue just aren't able to catch up. So any pirates that may want to attack, you're too fast, especially using the powers that you have, Varnast. However, during the first couple of days, there is a little bit of an issue that arises. Where
Can I interrupt Joe real quick?
Yeah, sure.
There is something day one, like for sure day one, that Varnas would do, like before we got too far in the journey. So I was hoping we could touch on that before we jumped ahead.
Yeah, of course, sure.
All right, so basically, kind of like once things are settled and like we're making good way, and like Varnas is checking and making sure that like things are good and all that, he'll pull Douglas and Alec aside and he'll be like, Douglas, can you go around and kind of teach Alec about just like some of the basic duties of like, what the things like she should be looking for and keeping an eye out on.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Follow me, Alec. I'll show you what you need to know.
And then, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kayla.
No, she's just nodding and trying to be as vigilant as possible.
All right. As the two of them go away, Varnas will kind of glance over to Morgonix. Can we talk for a bit?
Yeah, am I in trouble?
Oh. Did you do something wrong?
Not that I remember.
No, you're not in trouble.
Okay, yeah.
He'll kind of motion her to follow, and he'll head over to where his captain quarters are, and kind of hold the door open for her.
Okay.
Once inside, he'll head in, and I imagine there's like a bed, desk, like typical stuff for like a captain's quarters, maps, all that.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's fully decked out with anything that you could need on this journey as a captain.
He won't like go behind the desk and take a seat, but he'll kind of like go up to the desk and he'll turn around and he'll kind of just like lean against it slightly. He'll look over to Morgonix. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. This seems very official.
You read too much into things?
I feel really good. I feel like me.
Good. I was thinking over the last little bit, and I wasn't sure if you were doing the same thing, but I thought a question was kind of warranted. In about 3 weeks' time, they say we could get to Efera.
Sure.
If we wanted, because I could give the order any time, it'd be pretty easy to change course and head towards Iverion.
Oh. No, I wouldn't feel right about that. But I appreciate so much that you even considered it.
Why wouldn't you feel right? Just curious.
Well, we still have stuff to do.
Well,
the overall mission isn't done. My personal mission is, and that clock is lifted off my shoulders, but I sent my parents a long letter before we left. And I know I'll see them soon. But Ayun herself gave me a weapon. And I can't turn away from that. There was a time that I thought that if we defeated Melkant, that if I survived it, I would make good on my promise to Ayun and go and finish the school and help you guys, of course, along the way when I could. But I always thought that that would be it for me. And it's not. I think Ayun gave me power, and she means for me to use it. She hasn't taken it back, so I'm gonna keep going.
Belief doesn't swear you to servitude for the rest of your days.
I don't know if that's the right word for it. I'm very grateful. And I think I can be a force for good.
Is that what you want, though?
Not always. Not. It's complicated. What I want is my old life. But I think that's holding out to some kind of nostalgia that I don't think I could go back to that now. I think I would always feel I could do more, and I would never be able to stop wondering how you and Alec and Cyrus, Zamir are. You guys have become my family. And I have family in Iverion, but they don't need me the way this one does right now. I'm kind of taking it a day at a time.
Enough?
What do you want? Do you know? Because I
Yeah.
don't.
I think I do, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. Once, like, Byron's kind of like just breathes out for a moment. Once things are settled with, Korbach and Nibiru going home. I'm done.
I understand.
I've been doing this a long, long time,
I know.
and then I think I missed out on a lot. I think a quiet life after this would be good. I think I've done my share.
Well, I would be glad to see you put yourself first.
Yeah. Once this is done, that's my plan.
That's a good plan.
Just don't tell Alec.
Okay.
And I know you already said you're taking it one day at a time. Just really think about it, because there's always going to be someone who needs help and someone that needs to be saved. I just don't want you turning out like I did.
You didn't turn out so bad.
I'm not happy.
That we need to fix. For the first time in a long time, I have no plans. I'm just taking it as it comes. And putting faith in the idea that I'll know what's right when it's right. That's enough for me right now.
Trusting your instincts, huh?
Yeah. Those didn't always lead me so well in the past, but I think I've got them a little more fine-tuned recently.
It's all any of us can do.
Someday, I would love to take you and Alec and Zamir to meet my parents. I think you would all think they're hilarious. And I know they would love to meet you.
Well, I'll be there.
Maybe in your quiet life, we could do a yearly vacation, get the group back together.
Not sure how often Alec will be able to get away at that point.
We'll kidnap her.
Or we could just go to her, but sure, that's another alternative.
Well, that's a lot more sensible and less adventurous, but sure.
Have you been to Efera?
Yeah.
Plenty of adventure there.
I don't know, don't you want to see Alec in like a snowy tundra?
I feel like she would hate that.
Oh, the rest of us would have fun.
I love the cold.
I do
The
too.
heat in Efera has been doing me no favors.
I'm not a big fan of it.
But anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to ambush you. I just didn't want
This
to.
wasn't an ambush. This was really sweet. Thank you.
And he just kind of nods.
Captain.
Just Varnast from you and Alec. We don't need to make that weird.
All right. Thank
Let's
you.
All right. That was it for me. So thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt.
No. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. So all I was going to say is that on those, the first couple of days, Varnast, you give a couple of commands that just general areas that are a little bit more dangerous than others, because of how much pirate activity there is. And on a normal day, you would go and you'd root those out, but for one, you have things you need to do in Efera. And for two, along with you sort of making these changes, you know that there's not a whole lot of good that will be done, especially considering what you need to do in Efera by killing, 5 pirates.
Yeah.
So you tell Alec to go and sort of spread word throughout the crew on top of who you're going to go talk to. And Alec, you do thusly. You head below deck and just spread word to all of the different people that you can find. And there's a group that are in the crew quarters right now who, as you tell that to them, there's one woman, broad-shouldered, hair shaved at her sides, deep, like long black hair about down to her shoulder blades. And you can see 2 small tusks sort of coming out of the bottom of her bottom 2 teeth. And she says, "Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. What, is the captain too good to come down and tell us himself?" Has
no,
to send...
your captain is just very busy, and he asked me to do so, and now you will comply.
So how are we supposed to get paid then if we're not going to be doing that? I mean, that's what we were told when we left New Verdalka.
You can see Alex kind of like, her brows just kind of furrow, and she's kind of confused. As a crew, I thought the whole point was to serve your captain and make sure this boat gets from point A to point B. You get paid when the journey is complete, not to just sit around and do nothing.
I have no problem following the captain's orders, but when the first mate is somebody who very obviously has never been on a ship a day in their life, that's when I start to have a problem with taking orders. Obviously not that great of a captain if he's going to assign somebody like you to first mate.
My name is Alex Silverfoot, of Logan Silverfoot. I am Chief of Congiato and Warden of Efera. Who are you exactly?
Phoebe?
Phoebe, you have no titles. You have no right to speak to me the way that you are. I have given you an order direct from your captain. Oops. Apologize? She would just say, it is in your best interest to follow.
Ooh.
Apparently,
Is Kayla cutting out like crazy
Yeah.
for anyone else?
Yeah. Okay, I was just about to ask. I was like,
I was
what's
so worried it was just me.
It's
Kayla, no.
the headset.
No.
Oh, no.
You see what actually happened, folks, was that Alec punched Phoebe so hard that she's currently having a brain aneurysm. This is how she's hearing the rest, as just distorted words.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I just saw the...
well, I guess I'm not allowed to be cool.
No, you were
Hey,
cool.
there you go.
That's so annoying.
Say it again. We can hear you.
Okay, I guess 25th time's the charm. I don't know. What was the last thing you heard her say?
You have no title.
titles. Yeah, that was
Okay.
fast.
Yeah, it's great. The rest of it was cool too. Okay,
Can't
anyway.
wait to hear it.
Me too. Alright, so she just says, you have no titles. I am giving you a direct order from your captain, so I think it'd be in your best interest to listen. Because if not, then you will have to deal with me. I have many titles. And I have earned them.
Yeah, okay. You heard her. You heard her. Let's go. Let's go. You can see some of the other ones kind of grumble, and she says, "Nope, we're going. Go right now. Let's go. And they all kind of like rush past you, their heads sort of angled down at the ground, noses just pointed down at the ground as well, as they just walk past you, quivering with fear.
As they should.
All right.
Alec is just going to make sure that,
No, not again.
whoever fucking Phoebe of all people. Wait, can you? Did I cut out?
For
No,
like a
wait,
second,
no,
but
am I
you're
here?
back now. You're
No,
back.
Okay. Okay. All I was gonna say is that Alec is just gonna make sure that she keeps her eyes on Phoebe of all people, and I was just making fun of her name.
Okay.
I'm so sad.
No, it's okay. You didn't cut out right there. It just kind of like distorted for a second.
No, I know, but I'm bad that I have another response. Bye. Continue.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you do so, and Alec, just after that one moment of strength, there are maybe a few other times where people start to, relax on the rules, but then immediately using that same confidence and just like sort of edge of anger, not exactly angry, but that very stern voice, you whip them right back into place, no problem. And the rest of the journey, like I said, those 3 weeks come and go rather quickly. And
Oh, well, sorry. Alec wanted to have a conversation too.
Oh no, that's totally okay. I was just about to ask. I was gonna say those 3 weeks go by fairly quickly, and unless there's anything else you wanted to do, we'll just cut to New Verdalka. So is there any conversations that anyone wants to have? Maybe Alec?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, sorry. I changed, USB whatever's on my headset, so hopefully I won't cut out this time.
Okay, yeah. Hopefully it's just the port, not the mic itself.
Yeah, I think that's what was happening.
Okay.
Because anytime I would move, I could hear it disconnecting. But anyway, Alec
Okay.
wants to talk to both Morganix and Varnas, but she'll go talk to Varnas first. Probably shortly after that altercation with Phoebe, if not the next day.
Okay, yeah, we'll say just the next day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Or
assume he's in his big fancy captain quarters.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's working.
Living
Okay.
it up in the city.
Alec will then, I guess, knock on the door first.
Enter.
She will do so.
You see Varnast is has like a bunch of like documents in front of him that it looks like he's been handwriting for like the last few days of the journey. And he'll kind of look up and see you, and he'll put down his quill. Alec, what can I do for you?
I just had. Well, if you're not busy, I just wanted to have a quick conversation.
Please. He motions to a chair in front of his desk since he's sitting.
You can see she's like watching everything that Varnas does very meticulously. Not like a skeptical way or anything, but like she's just. It's weird to see him in this setting, his natural setting, I guess. But she does so, and she'll just take a seat.
Mm-hmm. Sir.
Well, first thing, there was a woman in the lower decks who, when given an order, she was very hesitant and was questioning your right as captain and my right as first mate. And I just told her she had no titles and to listen. And she did.
Okay.
That's good, right?
I mean, it's taken care of, and she's been listening since.
Correct.
Then I would say you were successful, which is
Oh.
always good.
Okay. Yes, that is good. There hasn't been any other problems. It's everyone seems to listen and why am I doing this exactly?
Because
Again, and I don't say this to question you because you are the captain and I will follow the orders. This is our ship, but your ship. But I mean, they weren't wrong. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just listening and learning as I can, but I've never done this before.
You say you don't know what you're doing, but didn't we just talk about how a problem came up and you were able to handle it on your own?
Yes.
So it sounds like you do know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Alec, what's actually the problem here? You seem bothered.
I am excited to go home. I am excited to be with my people and my family again, but
Mhm.
I am just afraid that I don't know what I'm doing. It's one thing to get people to listen to you. It's another to lead. It's one thing to get someone to stop talking and get to work. But it's another to rally and rise back to where we once were.
All of these things are true.
And sometimes I feel sometimes I feel like I am I don't want to say that I am not qualified, I think is the word, because I am. I have trained my whole life. I've watched my father and my grandmother. I've watched and I've listened and I've learned, and everything that we've done, I don't doubt my skill in that. I just sometimes feel like a child, and when I speak, I want people to listen to me, not because they have to as their chief, but because they want to. And I'm afraid, especially with the news that I am being summoned, that I don't want to be like Logan. I want to be better. And I am afraid. I think I am seeking, I don't know the right word, but you have been of great influence to me, and I find myself looking up to, I mean, look at this, just kind of gestures around. You are doing what I want to, and these people, if you were to go out there and say something, they wouldn't bat an eye, they wouldn't question you. And you're my friend, and I don't know.
Right, Alec, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was a lot. So I'm gonna try to address as much as I can. But if I forgot anything, or if I don't hit any specific point you'd really like me to, could you please just remind me? Because that was just a bit.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. This is important. All right, first thing, that fear and that doubt you're feeling, it's a good sign that you're feeling that. What that means is that you care, which that's the first step to being a true leader versus a boss, a king, a dictator, whatever term you want to use, tyrant. You're scared because you don't want to let your people down. You want what's best for them, and you want to do what you can to be better for them. That motivation is going to lead you to better yourself and to learn and to watch and to listen, because you want to do your best. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Secondly, your life, as of late, I didn't know you when you were younger, has not been ideal, and that is a massive understatement, and I do not say those. You are inheriting a lot of problems that you did not create, none of which you created, actually. A lot of what you're going to do, you're going to have to trust your instincts and move forward and do the best you can. Do you remember back in New Verdalka when we said that you were the one that needed to talk to Governor Torin?
I do.
What motivated you to say what you said to him? What were you thinking? I know it's been a while, but try to think back on it.
Well, I was thinking about, one, the truth of what actually was happening, two, what I know we as a people can do, what our skills are, what is going to be best for everyone, what is going to save lives and prevent future problems and conflict. And I was just thinking, I have to do this, and I have to get him to believe me. But I want him to believe me with truth and honesty and in integrity, I think.
And Varnas is just kind of like casually nodding, like as you're saying, just kind of like offering encouragement as you're going. And if I recall correctly, I believe it worked.
It did.
You succeeded where Logan previously failed. Alec, I'm not going to lie to you, there's no simple answer to what makes a good leader, what do you do, how do you approach every problem. All you can do is kind of look at them each one at a time and figure out what you need to do. This is a very small example, but this woman that you said that was talking back to you and you put her in her place. You looked at the situation and you handled it as best as it needed to be handled. You didn't hear disobedience and decide to kill her in front of the others as an example. Why didn't you do that?
Well, that would be motivated by fear and anger, and that is one thing that I've always said, or kind of looks down for a second. It's one thing that I am trying to improve on, is that I don't want to think out of anger anymore. I don't want to work off of just emotions. I made a judgment on what was appropriate in that moment. I don't want these people to fear me. I want them to respect me. And I showed her the proper respect by allowing her to walk out of the room. But knowing that easily she couldn't, if I deemed it that way. That's what I thought was best.
And I think you were wise to think that way. Sometimes we're presented with challenges, Alec, and you can do what I do, think it through, plan every move, and sometimes it still doesn't work out. That's not weakness, that's life. That doesn't mean that you just don't care about anything, but you just have to know that whatever challenge faces you, you have to approach it with the best thought, the best of intentions, with a calm and rational mind. And sometimes you just have to go with your gut instinct, because sometimes the answer is not clear before you. And over time, you'll develop those instincts and you'll know what to do. You'll know the kind of people you're working with, the kind of people you're dealing, the difference between an Agatha Durandon and an Ethos Ambrose, the people that need to be slain for the betterment versus the people that can be turned into friends.
Right.
I don't have all the answers for you, Alec, but as a guy who's been way too hard on himself his entire life, believe me when I say you're being way too hard on yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just needed to hear it said.
Believe me, you're 19?
Correct.
19? Okay, sorry, been a while since we talked about it. But believe me, if you saw me at 19, you would not have been impressed.
Thank you. I really mean it.
Insight check, does she? No, I'm just kidding. You know, I'm glad you're asking these questions, though. It was part of the reason why I gave you this position. No one can doubt your ability as a warrior, Alec, but I want to make sure you're ready for what you want when you get home. And I know this is a very small step, but I hope it's doing you some good.
I think so. And I appreciate the opportunity to do so.
If you ever need help, you're welcome to talk to Douglas. You're welcome to talk to myself. But
Douglas talks a lot.
Yes, he does.
Yes. Sometimes the words are very difficult to follow. I do my best, but I do not know what a bowsprit spit is. But I think I am learning.
I'm
But
sure you
I
are.
will keep that in mind. Thank you.
And I'm sure you mainly brought it up just for the sake of this conversation, but any issues you have with the crew, Alec, if you take care of them, you don't always need to let me know. If it's taken care of, I trust that you have a handle on it.
Right. I will remember that.
But if you need me, door's always open.
Okay.
Are you feeling
And
better?
she's just gonna like stand at this point. Yes, I am feeling much better. And now I'm just excited to be going home. It was fun to see other places, and I'm excited for where our adventure will take us next. But there's just something about Efera that isn't like anywhere else.
Home will do that to you. That does remind me of something though. Could you do me a favor?
Yes.
It doesn't need to be today. Maybe one of these easy evenings when you're done with your duties for the day. But you, Morgonix, and I should meet together. There's probably some people we should reach out to before we get to Efera.
Right. I will I will do that.
All right.
And she's just gonna smile genuinely and just kind of nod and head off.
Smiles back and gives her a nod, and we'll get back to his work.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good.
But then Alex is gonna go find Morgana. Sorry.
That is-
I waited purposely just for you to start talking, Joe.
That is fine. That is
That's
fine.
messed up.
Nah, it's okay, I love you. I promise I'll be fast.
No. You're good. You're good. Take all the time you
Okay,
want.
okay. This would probably be another night. I don't know how late it would have been when that conversation was over. But Alec would go find Morgonix. I don't know what she's doing.
Oh, probably chilling. I imagine a lot of this trip she's sort of chronicling everything they've been through in her journal and intermittently sketching landscapes of the abyss for her dad. Like you do.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, Alec is gonna go to Morgonix's room then, and she's going to knock on the door as usual.
Okay, Morgonix will open it.
Hi, I have a gift for you.
Okay.
And Alec will pass her a piece of paper.
Morgonix will look at the piece of paper.
Okay, in really hard practiced handwriting. It's a little shaky still,
Oh
but
no.
all of the letters are in the right direction. I'm gonna write what it
Aw.
says.
Love this.
Alec Silver. Oops, let me not misspell my own last name.
That would be awkward.
Aw.
Yeah, it's not a very long thing. She was trying really hard to perfect it, and you can tell that like she was probably pressing on the pen or the pencil, the quill.
Morgonix will give her a big hug.
Yay! She will hug her back.
Yeah.
I was practicing very hard when I wasn't doing other things that needed to be done, but I wanted to show you that I could do this, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without you.
Well, I always knew you could do it.
Thank you. And I am so happy to have you, and I'm so happy here, and you are free.
Yeah, I'm really happy too.
And Alec is just gonna like weasel her way into the room and just like I don't know. Alec just kind of wants to. I feel like it'd be later in the day when this happened. Just kind of like spend some time with a familiar face, and like maybe they can have another night of reading, of learning, or they can just vibe. Alec would obviously offer her something to take the edge off if she so chooses, but if not, that's okay.
Yeah,
She just she just wants to be with Morgonix in this
the
time.
rest is totally fine.
But yeah, so it's just that joke. She just wanted
Okay.
to hang out with
Precious.
girlfriends.
Adorable. Adorable.
Now I'll stop interrupting you.
What? No, you're you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. So all of you then, if there's nothing else, the 3 weeks do pass rather quickly. Unless anybody has anything else they'd like to say.
No.
Well, Varnas did call for a group meeting, but
Oh,
maybe
yes.
Alex didn't pass that on.
Nope, Alec would have passed it on. Alec would have passed it on. Absolutely would have passed it on. She like bats away all the smoke and like tucks it away, and she's like, "Oh yeah, actually," and then yeah, she'll get everybody around.
And again, Varnas was fine with it being like the next day, so it doesn't need to be like that moment. But you know, before we arrive in Efera,
Yeah. Okay.
all right.
For sure.
And Douglas is in charge of things while Alec, Varnas, and Morgonix are in this meeting, obviously.
Totally. Yeah. Totally.
All right. Obviously, we're going to New Verdalka, right? Not New Efera.
Yeah. You're going to New Verdalka first.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Mhm.
All right. Obviously, there's plenty of people to check in on there, but I'm fine with waiting till we actually get there to meet with them. Is there anyone else in Efera that we want to reach out and check in with how things are going over there before we arrive?
Have we? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go first, because I'm searching for a name.
Have we checked in with Thomas and Fro?
Oh, that would be fun. Perhaps
I'm
not
not-
a necessity, but
No, but
Fun.
perhaps Nahara would be the other choice to make sure things in All's Crossing are going well.
that was the one I was thinking.
We're not exactly limited by spell usage since we're avoiding more dangerous waters, so like don't feel like you have to keep your list short.
Then I would say Nahara first, and then Thomas and Fro.
Ethos was on my list. I want to see how he's been doing since we left.
Yes.
So,
And so forgive me. We've already heard from Kagan and Co. Right?
yeah, they sent word
Okay, yeah,
through
yeah.
through Emeriel.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Clarifying.
No, yeah, you're good. No, it's a very valid concern.
Okay, so we have those three. Jalista and Governor Torin, we can talk once we get to New Verdalka, so I don't think we're in a massive hurry to contact them.
No, I don't think so.
Alright, so those three then?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Alright. Nahara first then. She's probably the most important one to talk to, just if we had to go in order, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Alec, you want to send a message through me?
Yes, I can do this.
Alright. 25 words and sending. To
Okay.
Nahara.
No pressure.
Yeah, I'm typing it out.
Oh,
Nice.
you're not gonna give me the joy of counting for you and cutting you off?
I love
I
because
don't
that was
know.
always my thing was I had to type it out. Now I'm sharing that joy. Now that it's like, I can share the spell. You do it.
Turns. I think this is pretty short and simple.
Okay.
Oh,
Ah.
Gotta end with this is Alex Silverfoot.
Well, yeah, you would have named, like, I assume, yeah.
Yeah. I actually think that you have enough words to say this is Alex Silverfoot of Logan Silverfoot.
Can you imagine? I feel like Alec would, like, think she has to address herself, so, yeah.
Okay. So you do receive a response back, and I mean, you can hear the smile on the face as Nahara responds. And for those of you that forget what she looks like, show player. I forgot there were some people that I haven't yet imported to VTT because it's been so long since you've seen them. It was back when we were playing on Roll20 when you last saw Nahara.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, you have that moment where you can hear her smiling as you message in. And she says, "Oh my goodness, Alec. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Sorry, I forgot that this was a message. I wasn't counting.
That's right.
So happy to hear from you. Things are going great here. There has been no fighting, and Thomas is insane." That is it. That was 24
Great.
words, yeah.
Okay. Alec would relay this information. Things seem to be going well then. Thomas doesn't seem to have changed at all.
I
But this is good
anticipate
news.
that he would.
No, but this is good. We have done good there.
Gonix,
we-
you want to reach out to Thomas?
Sure.
Sending.
Thomas, we're on our way back. I don't know if we'll get to see you in person right away, but we wanted to know how you and Fro are doing.
Before you hear anything else, you hear the chuckle of a very, very happy man. As, once again, Thomas, the lovable loaf that is this merchant man, he says, "Oh, well, goodness gracious, I cannot believe my ears. Fro and I think that's 10, are doing wonderful.
You're at 16.
I'm at 16. Oh man, I was way off. Wonderful. Business is booming, and we'll make time to see. Cut.
16 might
so
have been
bad.
off, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
He sounds very happy.
Excellent. Alright, I'll reach out to Ethos. Cast sending.
Okay.
Ethos, how are things? We are on the way back now. Dupree is dead. Because I actually don't know. I mean, that's the end of the message. Because I actually don't know how many people in Efera actually know that. Because I don't know who we told. I don't remember.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I assume word has got around, but you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes 3 weeks. I guess we were in the Abyss for like a month. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I just read it anyway.
No, you were only in the Abyss for a week. So,
Oh, a week. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, word really shouldn't have traveled back. It takes like 2 months to get there normally by ship. But whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, unless people
Or
like
faster,
used
I don't know.
sending. It just depends. Dupree was dead when Emmeril showed up the first time, right? When he went back to Efera to do that checkup.
Yeah.
Okay,
'Cause he
so then
took Cyrus back.
yeah, and then
I wasn't sure who I'm real told.
yeah, Ethos would know then just by down the grapevine, because he would have talked
Alright.
to Kagan and Cohen, Jalissa and Torin, so Ethos would have learned that way.
All right, well then just ignore that last part then.
Yeah. Well, he would respond, and he would say, yes, I heard. Yes, I heard. God, I hate sending so much. Things go well here. Problems here and there. But if you'll be here soon, we can talk more then.
Of course, relay that info to the party. All right. Is there anyone else we want to talk to, or is there anyone we want to see?
Oh. Oh, I forgot.
One time at once.
I forgot to do this. Sorry. There's Ethos.
No, it's okay.
Hell yeah. I missed Ethos. I liked him.
Look at that guy's mustache.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Love that armor. Love that sword. It's cool.
It's a good one.
I mean, Alec doesn't know what would be a good use of this, you know?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone Morganix would really suggest, but when you say that, she would say, you know, it's been so long that I've forgotten I'm capable of doing this, but I could scry on anyone if I needed to.
As can I.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I learned it a little bit ago. It just hasn't really
Oh.
come up.
It's a weird trip.
Never mind.
What?
No,
What?
it's okay. No, that's odd. Who else did we want to talk to?
Alec, I really want to know who you want to look. Who you're.
No, I feel as though we should end this conversation.
Okay.
She's like turning B-red.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'm fine.
Why do we need to end the conversation?
I'm legit insight checking that. Ooh. Oh, Alec.
What?
that's
Don't be a
20
bitch.
That's a 27 insight.
Oh, let me roll a deception check. She's just embarrassed. Like, this is like a weird time where you see like Alec is only 19 and like she just looks like a child in this moment, and I will say it's really fine. I was just making a thought that was in my head and I don't understand the thought. So if we could just focus on what's in front of us. I feel uncomfortable because everyone is staring at me.
We're staring at you because you're making a big deal out of something, and we just want to know what's going on in your head.
I think I hear morning light, so I'm gonna go check on him.
Okay. We'll drop it. Just stay here.
She sits down.
All right. There's one person I would definitely like to scry on.
Okay.
I think it'd be wise to see. Well, actually, there's a few people now that it's coming into my mind, because I can do it. Scry's a 5th level. Is Scry 5th or 6th level? I don't remember.
I think it's 5th.
Yeah, it's 5th. 5th or
So
4th even, yeah.
So I can do it 3 times right now, I think.
I can do it a couple times as well if needed.
Yep, Scry's 5th level.
I'm just trying to remember what my spell slots are, because we're level 12. Yeah, I can do it 3 times.
So can I.
Nice.
You can scry on 6 people.
I'm thinking scrying on Frederick might not be a bad idea.
It's kind of a scary thought, but you're not wrong.
This one's a little bit more selfish, but Brez is someone I'm also curious as to what happened to him.
Oh.
Especially with the Silence Dead, I'm not sure what's...
I'll be honest, I kind of assumed he was on the boat when it blew up.
Maybe, but...
But I shouldn't take that for granted.
And that leads me to the third one I'm interested in. and Joe, please correct me on the number 15. What was the name of the student of Emeralds?
Which one? Because Maya was 15.
Okay, the one that like supposedly helped with like the lobotomizing, like he like worked for Dupree or something.
Yeah, that
Or
one. Well, he worked for.
Dupree.
Yeah, that was 11. No, 2.
Yeah,
that was 2. It was 2.
Number 2. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
But we've never met him. We don't have anything to go off.
I think that would really. Do you have to know them, or like that rate changes the DC?
It changes.
Harder to try on him. But...
Yeah, because you would have secondhand knowledge. So that means they would get +5 to the saving throw.
Right. So, you know, again, if I was really worried about being attacked today, I wouldn't even recommend it. But, you know, one of the students in the enemy's hands, I'm concerned.
Yeah, we could do that. Do you want me to do the one on Brez in case it's unpleasant?
You say that like it would bother me.
I don't know if it would or not. That's why I'm offering.
No. I mean, like I said, I'm really not worried about anything today. I'll just take care of it.
Okay.
All right. Ferdinand, scry.
Ferdinand.
Sorry,
Ferdinand.
Frederick. Why did I say
Frederick.
that?
Yeah, Ferdinand. Yeah, Ferdinand was Penelope's bodyguard who got chomped.
He is dead.
All right, Frederick.
Wait, do we actually know that Ferdinand's dead?
I think we do, yes.
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
saw
could.
the little vignette of him being.
Eaten.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what happened to Brez too, and he just became like a puppet?
Well, she ate his lower jaw.
Necromancy. I don't know. I'm just asking. If that's confirmed, cool. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
No body was ever found, so it could be assumed that the same thing that happened to Brez, but
Okay.
yeah.
He gotta stay dead.
Yeah.
I
He
mean,
definitely
he's also
died
not
though. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, he's also not my highest priority. No offense, buddy.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
little mean.
R.I.P.
All right, the Warlock.
All right. Your boy Frederick. Okay. So then you are
I can't tell if that was like a oh boy or a oh gosh I'm dying.
it's a little bit of both. Okay, so the DC?
Oh, right.
Yeah, because
sorry.
it's still a save. No, yeah, you're good.
Spells. Save DC is 17.
17. Okay. So let me go ahead and move my water out of the way so I can roll that.
I mean, we technically killed this guy once, so we know him very well.
Yeah, because let's see, what would that be?
He ruined a perfectly good bag.
That he did. What an asshole. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So, and then what type of saving throw is it? Wisdom?
It is... Where is it? Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. All right. Okay. DC 17.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and let me read the spell here. Okay, so you attempt to make that connection and nothing can be formed and you feel yourself unable to cast the spell for the rest of the day.
Oh, the day. Crap.
Yeah, you can't use the spell. Oh, you can't target it for the next 24 hours, sorry.
I was
Okay.
gonna say.
I was like, I can't cast it at all? What?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
against that target for the next 24 hours. So sadly, it seems as though he was able to mentally save against that.
All right, well, that didn't work. I guess we'll just move on then.
I could try it.
Go ahead.
I will. I think my DC is the same, but let me double check. Familiar. You know the target well?
No, I mean, you guys really haven't.
met the target firsthand.
Yeah, you've met the target firsthand, yeah.
Okay, do I have anything of his? Do we still have that weird journal that we almost lost a teenage boy into?
I thought we got rid of that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Okay, does Duncan have anything of his?
No, Duncan wouldn't have. He wouldn't want to have anything of his.
Sure, okay, then it's also a wisdom 17.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you guys were trying to scry on Duncan, then it would be familiar. But Frederick, you guys just have, you fought him like
Yeah.
3 times and that's it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Sure, I was just asking, because I honestly couldn't remember what we did with that journal.
Yeah, I think you maybe left it in the academy,
I thought-
maybe,
Oh,
or.
I thought Cyrus burned it, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh no, you're right. I really think he did. Okay.
Okay, it's been a while.
So yeah, that is another
Been a
natural
while.
18. So he's
Alright.
once again can't target him.
No.
Which is sad because that would have been cool, but. Oh, excuse me.
All right.
We'll try again before the voyage is over.
All right, Brez. I mean, that's a target I know well.
Yes, so that one he would get -5 to the saving throw.
Yeah.
Would the scar he gave Varnas be something of his?
I mean,
Damn.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
that
You're
was
good.
dark as shit.
Okay, so
So that's gonna be a DC 22 now. since
okay,
it
yeah,
has
that's
5.
that's
Oh,
got to
yeah.
be a natural 20 on the save then. And
If
that's
he's
a natural
alive.
2. All right.
I was like, Brez, if this is the one time you roll a natural 20, I swear to God,
Against you, yeah.
you mock my pain.
Okay. So, Varnast, as you, oh wow, as you scry, sort of channeling into that magic and attempting to locate your old friend from the Golden Shields, a connection is formed, and at first it is difficult to see. Instead of seeing a very clear image of whoever you're looking at, there is just this murky darkness in the area where you're at. And it takes a while for your vision to clear. As after focusing and straining for a bit, things start to come into picture. You're underwater. Moving, following. You can see Brez in front of you. You can see others as well, moving behind him. You can see these creatures, these entities, walking along the sea floor, moving, stomping, slowly. These creatures compelled to undeath to a grotesque point. You can see some of them are missing body parts or limbs. Some of them are burned and scarred from an explosion that you know what was from. These must have been bodies, trophies of the silence that were kept on that ship, and that are now marching. There's maybe 25 to 50 of them, marching as a horde. You're not sure headed in what direction, but they just keep walking. And it stays that way for the 10 minutes of the spell, where they're just, like I said, there's 25 to 50 of these undead creatures. You can see Brez, and you can also see Ferdinand, as well as other individuals that you don't necessarily recognize that would have just been food, or like I said, trophies of the silence. and they are just marching on the seafloor. And then eventually, the vision fades as you return back to the ship.
Well, that's not good.
What did you see?
Then I will describe what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Wow.
that's not good.
No.
Interesting. They're still following something, even with the death of the Silence and Malcanthit.
What could they be going towards?
No idea. But I'm sure we'll find out. Well, long shot, but should we try number 2 now?
Yeah.
Last one, Joe. Number 2.
Alrighty. Guys, remember codename Kid Next Door?
Yes.
I do remember Kids Next Door.
All right.
It's too old for that.
So unfortunately, we only have secondhand info, so the DC is just a 12, but maybe
Ooh.
he'll flub it.
Maybe.
I think you went in the wrong direction there.
What?
You went down to 12 instead of up to 22.
No, you only have secondhand information.
We
'cause
only
you've
have secondhand knowledge.
Yeah, you said the DC would be 12 and it would be 22.
No. When we're familiar with the target, the DC becomes 22. Secondhand, they get a +5 to their save.
Right. And plus 5 from 17 is 22.
No, they get a +5.
Oh,
to save from it, yeah.
I have the flu. I'm very sorry.
I love you. You're
Fine.
okay. You're sick, girl.
okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh,
wow,
man.
that was stupid.
No, it's okay. All right. So, DC 12 then, and Wisdom saving throw. Okay. Alrighty. Okay.
I was thinking it's going to be harder. That means 22 is harder. Fuck me.
All right. Well, let me double check.
Oh, it'll be close, gang. It's close. Maybe.
I have to go
Not one.
and check out their
He works for Dupree. How wise can he be?
Not very.
okay, I gotta check out the saving throw here.
The funny thing is, we're looking into all of this, and it's just going to go back to people walking on the seafloor, and it's going to be the guy walking right next to Perez, like, oh, god damn it.
I'll see them slowly approaching our boat.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that is a DC was 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was a natural 3 plus
And he
8.
gets...
Woo!
Woo! Yes!
Okay. So, you do scry, and you scry successfully on Emerild's second student. You can see... Oh, man. Oh, oh, God, I was not expecting this. This is so fun. Okay, so...
Yeah, man, I've been playing this one for a while, because I always wondered where that punk went off to.
Yeah. So, you can see your vision immediately clears onto a man. Deep gray skin, these blood red eyes, longer black hair, and pointed elf ears. You can see him wearing a very fine jacket and vest, as well as a very well-made cravat, very finely dressed, and a devilish smile on his face. You can see him speaking to a woman. A woman with the same complexion. And same devilish smile on her face. You can see
Sorry.
that he is speaking with this woman. And this sort of cocky grin on his face, he says, "Well, Mother, everything is going according to plan. We've had quite the setback, of course. But I think that this Korvac will serve a very fine ally to what we want. He has proven himself to be very useful. Very useful indeed." You can see the woman smile and laugh and nod. And this sultry and commanding voice. This woman, when she talks, you can tell she commands the entire room that's listening. Good. You will continue with what we have planned, my son. There are others of your siblings that wish to tear down what we've worked so hard for. And I would like to see them brought to justice. And the drow man, he smiles and nods and says, "Of course, Mother. As soon as I'm done with my business in Efera, I will be sure to tend to that immediately. There's one more meeting I have, and then I will be able to head to wherever he is to deal with him. With Duradin dead, my schedule has opened up quite a bit. If there is nothing else, Mother Malice, I would bid you farewell." You can see she kind of cocks her head and stands from the table. Bow before you leave. Remember, my son, as she gets up and moves around the table, you were given this position because of me. I can see that look in your eye. You seem very confident. But remember, the moment you step out of line, and you can see she kind of grabs onto his shoulder and her nails, these like razor sharp nails, dig into the skin and pushes him down onto the ground on both knees. The moment you step out of line, you'll receive the exact same treatment Nalfian will receive. He averts his gaze and looks down at the ground and says in a weakened voice, "Yes, Mother. I understand, Mother." The nails retract from the skin, but no blood exits from those wounds. She gestures out her hand with this ring. A silver ring that is topped with some deep obsidian rock. He kisses the ring, and he turns on both of his knees and crawls out of the room. Shuts the door behind him and stands. And you can see that smile return to his face. And you can see these sharp canines. Sharper than normal, for sure. So close. One day, Mother Malice. One day. And he looks back at the door with contempt, and that is where the vision fades.
Does Varnast relay all that?
Yeah, like he's just kind of standing there, like mouth slightly agape in like confusion for a few seconds before he's like, "Well," and then he'll just explain what he just saw because he's trying to wrap his head around that.
So what do we know about drow culture? Like, how is it different from, like, say, Forgotten Realms?
It really just depends on where you're at. Because, like, so as I've said before, right, most of my world isn't divided up by race. There are, like, the mountain dwarves that are very, very strict about their sort of structure to their society. But for the most part, everybody else is fairly intermingling. The only other bastion of that is drow within the Underdark. Where drow within the Underdark specifically, which is a very, very small percentage of drow, they are fairly one-to-one for what you would find in Forgotten Realms, where they are bloodthirsty, cutthroat. The rules still apply for, if you are a top house, if somebody kills your entire family and kills everybody in the house without anybody finding out, you'll just move up to that position. So it's very cutthroat, very bloodthirsty.
Do the Mother Malice titles work the same way?
Yes. Yes, they do. Also, thank you for the raid, Kaz the DM. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so you can assume that Mother Malice, then she would be the head of whatever household she belongs to.
So we would assume this is an Underdark family?
Correct. Yeah. If nothing else, the room was decorated with like bioluminescent algae and mushrooms on top of normal candlelight. Which, by the way, let me go ahead and show you Emariel's second student here. Show to players, share with all.
Hoping there was art. Oh, sick.
Which, Varnast, considering your knowledge of undead creatures being a cleric, if not for the dreadful fashion sense, but due to the eyes, the lack of blood, and the sharp teeth, you could assume that he is a vampire. That
You're
is
not maintaining proper vampire fashions! Sorry, does nobody else watch that? I'll shut up.
You're good.
I loved the voice you did. That's why I laughed. I didn't know what you were referencing.
I love the voice too.
Yeah.
And what we do in the shadows.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Nope.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I think we need to contact Emerald about this.
Yeah. And he may be too busy with Zamir, but we should at least try and at least tell him what's going on. He may already know. You never really can tell with him.
Yeah,
Right.
Hang on, give me a second. And Varnast will cast Sending to Emerald.
Okay.
We scryed on 2. Saw him with Mother Malice. They're both working with Korvok. They have work in Efera. Anything you know? Question mark. No.
Two words to spare if you want to call him a dick.
Nah.
You did.
What? What?
Sorry.
Huh?
I love you, Joe.
No response. Yeah, he's just not going to say anything. He felt the negative energy and he's just not going to say anything. I'm just kidding. He will.
I'm sorry.
He'll say something. So you'll say that, and he'll go, well, doesn't need to be said, but that is not good. Malice is one of the 13. I will meet you in New Efera. Bitch. All right, there you
I deserve that.
go.
So, remind me, the Efera crew have yet to meet any of the 13, right?
Correct.
Like the
Yeah.
first one we've seen.
Yes, which I will. Just took me a second because for some reason I didn't have it here, but this is Mother Malice.
Ah, yes, I recognize the cleavage.
That's right. I remember that. Lovely woman.
Lovely.
Inside joke.
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna meet to talk to us once we arrive in New Efera, but
Did he
Apparently
not
Matt-
know his son was working with? I'm sorry, not his son. His experiment thing was working with this woman.
student.
Yes, that. Sorry, I don't know.
That's
I forgot what we're. Well, Alec wouldn't know what they're called. I don't know. I blinked at what the fuck they were. Yeah, no, student. I just, for some reason, my brain went somewhere else.
Easy to do
Continue.
with
Sorry.
Emerald's track record with his students.
yeah. Sorry.
I mean, he probably theorized, especially since apparently these two are related, but according to Emerald, the 13 have only been released recently, so who knows how long Malice has even been out and walking around, but considering that 2 was working with Dupree works with Korvac works with the Dark One, Emerald's probably not that surprised, even if he didn't have any confirmation.
Sure.
Regardless, we'll learn more when we see him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know what else we can do about it in the meantime.
Correct. but
nothing.
I just
but-
don't understand what this woman has any business or interest in Efera. But if she's working with Korvac, it's not good. At all. But we won't know anymore until we get there.
What was the other name she mentioned? Nalfian? Do we know who that is?
Idea. I assume we don't even need to make checks, Joe. Like, would we have even a chance of knowing that name?
No, at this point, let me check the calendar real quick. Yeah, the Warden's return from the 88th layer of the Abyss.
Still so far behind.
Yeah, the Highland Pass was just saved 2 weeks ago. So maybe when you arrive in New Verdalca, word may have spread about the individuals who had saved Highland Pass, so maybe then you would hear it, but it'd be one of those things where it'd be like, unless you investigated about Highland Pass being saved, it would just be that 5 heroes saved Highland Pass from a horde of undead.
Sure.
Yeah. I think we got bigger things on our plate. We probably
Yeah.
would
We do.
not have
Yeah,
investigating.
absolutely. We were, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
All right.
That's about
so
as close
no,
as you
we
would
have
get.
No idea.
yeah, no.
All right. Well, I think we've done all we can. When we get to New Verdalca, we'll get back to work.
Yeah, okay. Was there anyone else we needed to scry on? Because I still could.
Don't think so.
No, I'm good.
Alright.
I mean, you could always, if you wanted to, scry on Korvac, but
Yeah,
That's-
Morganax doesn't really want to because she has the feeling that he'd be one of those tricksy devils that like turns on her in the scry.
yeah.
That does keep happening to Morganax.
Yeah, that is not a fun time. That is not the bear she is going to poke right now.
All right.
Okay.
You alright, Joe?
No, I'm fine. Mm.
He was like,
players
"Please
never let me have any
run,
fun.
quarterback."
Mm.
All right. So I think we'll call it for the rest of the trip.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. One last thing, but this is just an off comment. Varnas would one of the days cast a word of recall in the office of the ship.
Oh yeah. Heck yeah. All right. Sweet.
All right, cool.
Now that you've got
Now
like,
we can teleport back here, guys.
hey,
Hey.
look at that. How cool. All right. Sweet.
Swift exit.
All right. So with that, if there is nothing else, 3 weeks pass.
Long rest.
And yes, so many long rests.
Actually, could I take like a couple to get all my hit die back? I mean,
I mean, 3 weeks, so.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be fine. Okay, so on the 21st of Winter Court, all of you would arrive back at Efera. Now this is like December, so it's like the dead of winter, but it's Efera, so it's just more rainy and like
Yes.
the highs are still hot. It's still hot here.
Damn
Like,
it.
It's like you arrive and Varnas like
the only difference is it's even more humid than before somehow.
yeah, it's like as you're passing the World's Crown in the middle of winter, you get some snow on the boat. That huge mountain that just kind of like drifted off the top, and Alec, it maybe gets down to like the 20s at that point. Alec, you're very uncomfortable. But once you get back to Efera, you're like 2 days away from Efera, the temperature shoots back up again. Your guys' sinuses are fucked for like the next week.
But see that snow, like Morganix is trying to totally like explain to Alec why snow is wonderful, and she does this by explaining what a dog or a puppy does the first time it sees snow and how magical that is.
Speaking
Alec
of,
just
as
has her like a freaking snow or her snow wolf cowl just like around her shoulders, and it's just like it's not that cold, but she's fucking freezing. Like she's shivering, her body's like all hunched over, and her legs are knocking together. And she's just like,
Meanwhile, Doggelin is doing the thing Morganix is describing. Like, Doggelin's like trying to jump up and like bite the snowflakes, and trying to grab them, just running around.
Yeah, so.
Doggelin's having the time of his life. This is a new thing for Morning Light.
Anyway, I just had to say that because when else are we going to see snow?
Who knows? Who knows? Okay. So, you eventually, 3 weeks pass, and after all of that travel, the 21st of Winter Court, why does it keep doing that to me? There you go. There we go. Fun fact, the same day that Yuri and Bianca made contact, and they used sending on each other, is the same day that you guys arrive. I like this calendar because I can add events so I know when things are happening in the different campaigns as they come up. So the Wardens return to Efera, and you all are met with this, like, fanfare of...
Oh dear.
Celebration as all of you begin to dock in the port. As we'll go ahead and pull to the new Verdalka port here. As all of you arrive, you can see as the ship is coming up, people are starting to gather around at the port. And you can see a collection of natives and colonists. All of them, they have like streamers in their hands and like bits and pieces of colorful fabric just waving you down as all of you begin to curl around the golden sands, docking into New Verdalka. And Alec, immediately, you feel this connection reestablished between you and the land, your land.
Oh, absolutely. She's probably the first one off the boat.
Oh yeah, for sure. And with that, as you do, you can immediately see two familiar faces run up to you and give you very, very, very tight hugs. For one, there is Kagan Bronzeclaw, who immediately comes up to you, Alec, and sort of grips you very tight and sort of smacks your back with the hands and says, "Oh, Alec, it is so good to have our chief back here with us. Oh, I missed you very much. There is much to talk about, but very happy you are here now." And I'll smile, and which is odd because Kagan, your other interaction with him were so negative in a lot of cases.
Yes.
But he does seem genuinely happy to have you back now. So there's that, and then Ko also as well, still blinded, still wearing the wrap over his eyes. He does hug you as well and says, "Alec, I'm very happy to have you back as well."
Yeah, Alec is probably hugging him way too hard,
Yeah, and he'll take it.
as she does.
Yeah. He's very happy about it. As he just smiles as well. And with that, the rest of the crowd start to gather around you, and there are all these familiar faces from New Verdalca, whether it be let me go move that there. Jalissa is on the port here. There's also Kagan, like I said. Lawbearer Annika is there as well. Mikael is also there, waving you in. You can see Ulf Hornwood, the man who gave you the ship, who is now in charge of this portion of the Golden Shields. Apparently, he's still been here. And a few other faces that you just recognize from your walking throughout the city streets all that time ago. Jalissa! And
It's like a year.
yeah, still too soon. It'll always be too soon. So you can see all of them approach, and all of them smile and are very happy to have you here. So, and let me go ahead and, just because I have it here, I'll also, for Ko, just because it's been a very long time since you've seen him.
I forgot how pretty he is.
Yeah. So he very excited to see all of you.
See?
Womp, womp,
Oh
womp.
no!
Wow.
Very,
I'll see myself out.
very happy to make your acquaintance again, and to be surrounded by you once more. So the celebration happens as all of these people are just so happy to finally have you back here on in their place, you know, in where you guys sort of made your name, and where you were and still are the saviors of this town, the people who made sure that it didn't fall apart at the end of the day. So Jalissa approaches all of you with a smile on her face. Governor Jalissa now. Should everybody still wearing the same makeup and adornments that she was before? Smiles to all of
She's
you
so pretty.
and says, "Well, you must believe me when I say that I am very, very, very happy to have you back here with us. You have been missed greatly, and I am thrilled to finally be able to update you on what all has been happening."
We
If-
can't wait to hear.
Yes. There is some interesting things that have come up. But yeah, let's go back to the governor's estate and discuss those there. It's a little bit hard to have a discussion with all of these people out here. As you can just hear people like shouting, "Oh, Morganics!
Wow. We're fucking superstars, man.
Hell yeah, we are.
Yeah,
And we've destroyed Joe.
yeah, that yelling really fucked me up.
Yeah, Alec would be like, fist to her chest and like acknowledging every single native that says anything
Yeah.
to her. Like, she is going to make time for people.
Yeah. Oh man, I should not have
Morganix
felt
just
like
has
that.
a bewildered smile at all of this.
How's Duncan acting since Jalissa's
I was-
right in front of us?
I was just about to say that, but I'm
Yeah, I'm gonna sit close to him. Joe, take a drink, chill out for a second.
Breathe.
But yeah, as we disembark, I'll sort of like hang with Duncan and let Alec have the moment in the spotlight and just kind of stay at his side to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, and over the course of the journey by sea, he has regained a lot of his strength that he has now that he's had about a month now, between the week that all of you were gone and the the week that all of you were gone, and the 3 weeks by the sea journey, to kind of gain a lot of his strength back, and now he's definitely right back to where he was when you all went to the ruins of Baralo with him initially, and he smiles at Jalissa, and you can see that Jalissa smiles back at him. He does seem a little nervous as Jalissa approaches,
Don't
and
blame him.
yeah, Jalissa approaches and says, I want you to know that I have tuberculosis.
I have TB. Just kidding.
Got it from beating a man.
It's got the consumption.
Okay. All right. So, smiles and says, I want you to know that I do not forgive you of the way for doing what you did. But I want to try. I've lost you once already, and I don't want to miss out on that a second time. Duncan smiles and says, well, of course. Dear, I made many mistakes in my life, and it's time for me to start owning up to them. I can promise you I'm going to be much different. I promise you that. She also kind of stares at him, narrows her eyes, and then we'll hug him. And Duncan will kind of be shocked for a moment, maybe anticipating getting slapped or something like that, but that look of shock sort of washes away as he embraces her for a hug. The two of them break, and they look to the rest of you, and Jalissa says, well, should we head to the estate to discuss certain things?
Yes. Let's go.
Great. All right. So, with that, all of you head throughout the city streets, and eventually to the governor's estate. And you can see as you make your way through, oh man, that's just a nice mint green screen there. You can see as you make your way throughout the city streets, there is so much life that has been returned here throughout the many, many, many months, or the many, many weeks that all of you have been gone, where almost all of the buildings have been repaired, all of them having some influence of that native Eferan architectural style, just to sort of channel what Efera is, and this embracing of native culture within the colonist city. You can still see things that are reminiscent of Tarkirian architecture, but the two have sort of seamlessly blended together. And there may be some that lean more Tarkirian and some more native, but it is a beautiful combination of all of them as you make your way through the city. As you make your way through the city, eventually you do arrive at the governor's estate. And before you enter, the guards do open the gate, and as you're walking up towards the area, Jalissa looks towards all of you and she says, now, I would like it to be very clear, there is something that, I was not expecting to have encountered, but it is not a bad thing, but it is just something that I want you to mentally prepare yourself for something that is unexpected.
Oh, we just came back from the abyss. I think we're mentally prepared for just about anything at this point.
Okay, yeah, no, okay, well then yes, you are in a much better mental state than I was when I first saw what I saw.
Oh, you're sure it's not bad? Because you sound like it's bad.
I guess it depends who you are. I was shocked, and I don't know how certain people are going to take it, but it is a good thing at the end of the day. But yeah, I will let him do the explaining, as opposed to me. Follow me to the courtyard. She gestures for you to follow her. You make your way throughout the hallways until eventually you make your way to a sort of central garden area. Maybe, there we go. You can see that there is a man sitting out in the garden. A man of deep brown complexion with these sort of golden undertones and a tattoo on the right side of his face. He has very, very tightly braided hair and these sort of goldish, like pinkish purple eyes that just sort of shimmer in the sunlight. Pointed ears, like an elf, and dressed very finely. And as he approaches the group of you, he smiles and says, well, if I am not mistaken, I would believe these are the wardens of Efera. Am I correct in my assumption? It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jorah.
It's a
Oh
pleasure to
shit,
meet-
what the fuck? Sorry.
What?
What the fuck? I'm confused. I don't understand what's happening right now. Huh? What? Okay, sorry. He was in Isles and he was shipwrecked, but then we saved him? He was just some dude who, Sorry, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Go
Let's
ahead.
let the story play out.
Sorry. Well, then Alec just says, hello? Question mark?
Yes, hello, I am Jorah. And if I am not mistaken, as I said, the wardens, but Alec, Morganex, and Varnast, correct?
Correct. I am Alex Silverfoot and Flogan Silverfoot. I'm sure my friends here have filled you in on the rest. I don't wish to go on. You seem to know us more than we know who you are.
Sorry, I have had a few weeks to learn of what you had done. I heard there were two others, a Cyrus and a sailor.
They're taking care of other matters at the moment.
Very well. They are safe, though, and healthy?
Yes.
Good. Good. Well, I will not mince words. I have just been reintroduced to the delights of being able to think clearly. And, well, when I first arrived here, I will be honest, I was angry. I came here looking for Agatha Durandon. As Agatha imprisoned me. She wanted to use me for her own personal gain. And I wanted to make her pay for that. But when I arrived, I had found that she had died. That she had been killed by the wardens of Efera.
That is accurate. Sorry for your loss? Kind of?
No, do not apologize. I was angry. But I am no longer. You see, there was a group of individuals who showed me kindness, who showed me care. They helped me get better. I had forgotten who I was, what I was. A group of sailors in Iverion. A
Eurydice, a Nalfian, a girl named Twig, and a sailor by the name of Grok. They had helped me get better. They fixed me. Were it not
Can I
for them.
interject for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, you mentioned a Nalfian. What race was this guy?
He was a drow, a dark elf.
Sorry, carry on. Glances to the other two at that.
They
But
all,
you said that he assisted and helped.
all of them showed me kindness. I was shipwrecked on a beach, dying. And they saved me. And had it not been for the kindness of those strangers, people I did not know, I would have never have found my way here. And Agatha would have still been able to go on her rampage. But thanks to all of you, she was not able to anymore. So while I was angry at first, I grew to become thankful. If they hadn't saved me, she would have continued to do what she did. Which is why now I am indebted to all of you. I would like to offer my services.
What? Sorry, go on.
I lost many years of my life when she broke me. And I would like to spend those lost years doing something good. If you tell me a city or a place to protect, I lost 10 years of my life, and I will stay in that place for 10 years protecting it. Whether it be a city like this one, a different one, a monument, a place, anywhere, I will protect it for you. And no one, aside from yourselves or those you tell me, I will permit entrance.
That's it.
Seems like a lot.
It is just, and it is right.
Is it, though? It doesn't feel right. To take 10 years from somebody for something that, I mean, we weren't the only ones that wanted to defeat her, obviously. Varnas, how are you feeling about this?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't very personal for why I killed Agatha. I mean, I appreciate the offer, but
We had our own reasons.
I have
But if
lived
you're-
many thousands of years. 10 years is not a lot.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes. Do not let this form deceive you. I find most people get uncomfortable when exposed to what I really am. I figured that approaching you like how all of you, talk and move would be easiest for you to understand.
what do you actually look like?
Please stand back.
I back up.
Okay. And you can...
Side-eye Jalissa as I back up.
She just sort of shrugged and she was like, I told you to be ready for anything. So you can see this man, Jorah, steps back. And you can see his shoulders begin to expand as his form seamlessly moves from this tall and lithe humanoid, this elf, to a four-legged creature with large golden wings spreading out, this massive wingspan, as you see him transform from a human to a dragon. As he stands looming over all of you, the voice echoes throughout the courtyard.
As I said, 10 years is nothing for me. It is only right You humans have a different sense of morality than I. This is what seems right to me. You may deny, and I will observe that. But it does
Hey.
not feel right to me to leave this unpaid.
We thank you for this offer, but I think we all would need the time to discuss what would be best.
Yeah,
We are grateful, very, very grateful.
very. Maybe we could call this favor in a little later, or have some time to talk about it?
Oh, yes, definitely all of that. But you've been around for thousands of years, you said?
Correct. I always forgot how indecisive humans were. You may take the time you need.
Can I ask questions first before we think about it?
You may.
Have you been to Efera before?
I have been to many places around the world. Efera very briefly. Maybe 1,500 years ago.
Does the name Nibiru mean anything to you?
Nibiru. Dragon's gonna make a history check. Okay. See, that's at 26.
God damn.
Pretty good.
Listen, he's
I think-
proficient.
He's like, nah, I got nothing. What?
Nibiru.
I was hoping you live that long, you get expertise, but
Yes. I had an enemy who lived within the mesa. I came there hunting him. His followers, they were searching for such a place. These cruel and malicious benders of blood magic. They were searching for this place. They wished to feed off its energy. They wanted to take what the other tribes had given it, take it for their own. They wished to break the laws that had been established between the tribes and rule on their own. I did not stop them. My problems lied with my adversary. I killed him, and I had assumed his followers left. My job had been done.
What was the name of this adversary of yours? Sorry if I missed that.
No, you're fine. Anarion was his name. Both of us at the time were adult. But some dragons are not worthy of living past those years.
Fair enough. So you don't know where Nibiru is, correct?
No, I do not.
He looks over at Alec. It's worth a shot.
I will say, while I do not know where it is, their searches led them far north, past the Mother of Mountains, past the known realms of man.
That would explain why it's been hidden for so long. So, Alec, you want to ask anything? Are you good? Organics, anyone?
I mean, very similar to what Organics is feeling. I mean, Alec has never seen a dragon before in her life either, so she's just like.
Morganix is fangirling a little bit, not gonna lie.
Um, part of her is a little. She was concerned at first about the story he was telling, but hearing that Nibiru is beyond the reaches of just the normal plane, it is actually kind of comforting. But I don't think she really has anything else to add if that's all he knows. She's also just trying to be as respectful as possible in this moment.
I would also like it to be known, in my travels with those 4 in Iverion, they had helped me find the name Jorah.
And you can see eventually he kind of does shift back into his human form to kind of seeing the awestruck nature of Alec, and Morganic's hoping to combat some of that. He shifts back into his human form and says,
Jorah is my preferred name. I have found great comfort in it. It helps me feel more human when I am in this form. But should you ever encounter other dragons, specifically metallic ones, should you mention my name, they will treat you with respect. Peradre, Lord of Cinder.
It is an honor to meet you.
Yes.
And knowing what we know now, it's possible we may take you up on that offer, but
There's just a lot going on right now.
yeah,
We really need to weigh our options here, but we will definitely take you up on it, and we
we
appreciate
just need to sort of figure out priority. A lot of balls in the air.
And in the meantime, Efera can be a good home as much as you can make it. That the people here are wonderful. My people will gladly take you in. She feels weird saying that, as if a dragon needs taking in, or provide anything that you may need. Julissa here is. I'm sure if being in town is something you wished, but my people out in the wilds, if you're more comfortable out there, it's our home. My home is your home.
That is very kind of you. If you do not know now, I will return. But for now, if you wish me to stay on Efera, I will. But it has been a while since I have seen what this continent has to offer.
We have, I'll look at Varnas and say, magical means of contacting you later.
Very well.
So you don't feel glued to the spot.
I will do that then. I have heard of this tranquil savannah. It intrigues me. I will go there, see what I find. And when you need me, well, you are capable of reaching me.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you for killing Agatha and ridding the world of that vile woman.
With that,
Alec is gonna put her hand to her fist to her chest and just kind of like bow very reverently to this guy.
with that, he nods at you, and you can see him do this very, very elaborate bow, sort of extending his hands out, or his arms out straight, and then bowing at the waist to about a 90-degree angle, keeping his nose down. And as he does, he comes back up. He turns and, with a few steps, shifts back into that dragon form, and then begins to circle around the governor's estate, and then flies off eastward.
Wow.
Right, Joe?
Yeah.
Varnas would like to make an insight check on that whole conversation, just to see if anything kind of felt off as he's thinking about what just happened.
Yeah, I'd say pick a chunk, whether it be about what he knew of Efera before, whether he actually wants to protect these people.
I'd say it's more about, like, if he seems sincere and just, like, when he's just like, yo, man, name a spot and I'll protect it for 10 years, Varnas is kind of wondering if something's up, because there's some parts of his story that it's not really adding up for Varnas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
make an
I guess
check.
the sincerity of the protection of whatever spot they name.
Yeah. Go for
All right,
it.
give me a second.
Make the roll.
Insight check a dragon. Insight check a dragon. That's a 28, my dude.
28. Okay. So this is kind of a combination of your historical knowledge of Gold Dragonborn and Gold Dragons to that extent, and how they interact with people, and just generally their motivations. So, for one, Varnas would know that Gold Dragons are typically the most powerful of the metallic dragons, really only, especially an ancient dragon like himself, only ever being outshined by either Bahamut himself or these entities known as mithril dragons, even more rare. But historical knowledge, knowing that dragons, especially older ones, like adult and ancient, their thinking can seem almost alien to more like normal mortal creatures, like creatures that, I think the max life expectancy of any race just within the confines of my world is, maxed out at around 250.
Sure.
So where you have a creature that can live thousands of years, they have this different view of law and good. And Gold Dragonborn, Gold Dragons are this sort of like antithesis of law and order. Or not antithesis, they are the sort of like example of law and order, where a debt is a debt and a debt has to be paid, balance is so incredibly important to them, and the greater good, one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, this might be bad right now, but it's for the greater good. That's what I'm going to do. So knowing that, you can gather that he was very sincere. Like, because of the way he views morality and the way he views law, he lost 10 years of his life because Agatha, and you all killed Agatha. So to him, it only seems right that he gives you those 10 years that he lost as a way to sort of pay back that debt. Because if he wouldn't have gotten his memory back, then she would have continued to just, wreak havoc until eventually she was stopped. So
right.
You all, to him, that makes sense, because 10 years is nothing, He'll probably live, as long as he doesn't die or is killed, another 2,000-3,000 years. So 10 years is nothing. And it's his way of saying thank you. Since he doesn't have a hoard to give to all of you, he just wants to pay his debt this way. So yeah, it seems genuine. You tell him a place to sit for 10 years, he'll do it. And the only problem is, whenever dragons are in charge of a place, a civilization, or they're there to be these sort of like protectors, sometimes there are disagreements on what the law actually means, where something is written one way and something should be one way to this dragon, and the law in that place is interpreted a different way. There could be a disagreement there. Now, gold dragons are known to not consume humans. Like, they'll eat beasts and monsters, or animals, but they'll almost never eat a human. Like, they don't just eat people like sardines, that's not their thing.
Yeah.
So he does seem genuine. It's just that sometimes his thinking, dragons, especially ancient dragons' thinking, is so alien to that of what you would perceive as like a balanced decision, if that makes any sense. I know
I think that makes perfect sense.
Okay, all right, cool.
So after watching the thing fly off, Varnas is just kind of quiet for a moment. Okay. First thoughts, everyone.
I mean, there's a lot of places. Those seals, any one of them, those magical hotspots in the archipelago, any number of places here in New Efera. I mean, how do you even narrow it down?
There's something bothering me about that whole thing.
What?
I mean, I worked with Agatha. I know that she's capable of much, and she had people who would go in and execute. You know, she had her own private army, but how did she capture that? That's
Perhaps
what I'm
it
having a
was
hard
when
time with.
he was not. Alec makes a shape with her hands. In that form, I'm not sure. Sometimes, even the worst kinds of people can accomplish great feats.
Why don't you ask him when we talk to him next?
Because if he's hiding something that makes him mad, that puts me in a really bad spot. That would be the main motivation to not ask.
Oh, I wouldn't be afraid of asking. Do you want me to?
You go for it.
Okay, then maybe I will. Next time.
A few places come to mind, but I think it's something that we should all sleep on. And once we discuss matters with Jalissa, understand everything that we are being handed here and in New Efera, it seems as though our new friend is not going anywhere anytime soon, and this is a decision that we shouldn't rush to make.
Indeed.
No.
I mean, like you said, if 10 years is nothing to him, I don't think he's going to be mad if we wait a week to make a decision.
No, I don't think so.
If he does, that seems like backwards thinking, but whatever. 10 years is nothing. Okay, can you wait 2 days? Ugh.
God.
Just hurry up.
Do you believe him when he spoke of that Nelfian person after everything we saw?
I mean, he did say that Nalfian was a drow, but then he said Nalfian helped free him, but Nalfian's the brother of two, the son of Malice, but they said that Nalfian kind of wasn't with them, which would imply
Checks
that
out.
Nalfian's a good guy, so yeah, that kind of adds up.
Black sheep of the family, perhaps?
Alec just nods her head.
But hey,
We can try to scry on him. We scryed on his brother.
Please
I mean-
That'll
do.
be the time that we scry and like somebody's doing the nasty or something.
Oh
I
my
don't think
God.
that would yield us any real results right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
No.
priority.
Oh no, please, Duke. Make Kayla roleplay Nalfian right now.
No, it's okay.
No.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh.
Anyway.
Him and he's in a whorehouse.
Actually,
Best night.
you'd be surprised.
Yeah, best night.
Sorry.
He's doing
Anyway.
good. No, it's okay.
Anyway.
Oh, God. too
Jalissa,
funny.
was there any other surprises you wanted to pull out, or was it just the one?
No more surprises. There are some things that Alec, Kagan, and Ko and I need to discuss. The two of you are free to stay here while we do so, but they are just disagreements on what is best for those colonists that are left and the natives. And Ko and Kagan made decisions when you were gone, Alec, and we just wanted to make sure that you were in agreement with what decisions were made.
Oh, okay, I understand. We can discuss that.
Good. Well, we can head back inside, and I will have Kagan and Cole come. Varnas, Morganix, you are free to stay, or you are free to go around the city. It is up to you.
Alec, do you want us here?
I do. If there's other matters that we need to discuss and other happenings in the city, it's better that we're all there for it. I figured
we'll
we would
stay.
have this whole conversation together. At least
Then-
for now. And she kind of like looks over at Kagan.
Kagan will nod.
Then we can stay.
All right. Cool. So with that, as all of you head back inside, in an effort to oh god, all of you head back inside, getting ready to sit down at the table to discuss these things, these issues that have been happening, to sort of finalize the decisions. That's where we're going to go ahead and take a brief break.
Ooh, you need
fi-
a drink, Joe.
I know I do. I ran out of water partway through.
Shot of whiskey.
Clean the sinuses right up. I wish I had
Shot of
amaretto.
whiskey with a little bit of honey and lemon, clear you right out.
There
I
you
know,
go.
but
Grandma gave us.
I know, but I don't like whiskey, so I'm just gonna have some amaretto and
Me
hope that
neither.
that does the same thing.
Neither as children, but that was the fix, okay?
Oh
never,
god.
never tried it, but anyways.
Okay.
Break time.
Yeah, break time. Yeah, break time. Be back in 5.
Hello, everybody, and we are back in action, and we'll just go ahead and dive right back in. So, picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers here had finally made their way back to New Verdalka. After a long, not necessarily hiatus, but more of like a sabbatical. You had other things you needed to do in another place that kind of took you away from your main job. So you went out, you became the wardens of the Gemstone Archipelago, but now you are back to your home turf, the place where you were kind of made as adventurers or heroes, Efera. Stopping in New Verdalka first. In New Verdalka, one of the first things that you encounter is this fanfare of victory, as all of these people just so happy and so excited to finally have you back in your at your homeland, you know, back where you sort of started. And as you get back there, all of the people greet you. There are some wholesome reunions between Ko and Kagan and Jalissa and all of you and Duncan. As all of you reunite, you go to talk about some more serious matters in Jalissa's governor's house at her estate. Now, she warns you that there's going to be something that you might not be ready for, but just to mentally prepare yourselves. And Morgana is like, we were in the abyss, we'll be fine. And then proceeded to get awestruck by an ancient gold dragon. Understandably so, I will say. And this gold dragon, who's prefers to go by Jorah, but his true name is Paradre, Lord of Cinder, an ancient gold dragon who has pledged to the party that whenever they choose, because of them killing Agatha Durand-Dawn, apparently a woman who either was in charge of his enslavement or ordered it, for killing them, or for killing her, he deems that the party deserves a reward, and the reward that he can give is protecting a place of their choice for 10 years. The party, understandably so, needed some time to think about that, so they're going to take time to think about that, and whenever they find out what they want to do, they're going to use sending to contact him. But in the meantime, there are other matters at hand that the party needs to handle. While they were away, Kagan and Ko were placed in charge of the natives of Koa and Congiato in place of their chief Alec. Alec, of course, trusting the two of them to manage things while she was gone. Now Jalissa would like to double check and verify with Alec and Ko and Kagan that all of these things are as Alec would have chosen. So that is right where we're going to go ahead and pick up. So, with that, as we pick up, all of you sitting around the table, Ko and Kagan, as well as Jalissa, as well as our 3 party members here, sit around the table as Jalissa begins to speak. Well, actually, Ko will speak up first. Just sort of looking in your general direction of where you're sitting, Alec, he'll say,
Alec, I just wanted to, before we get started, I wanted to inform you of some updates we received from Matron Senseua and the people of Trismakai.
I've heard little, but I am aware that she wishes to speak with me. Go on.
Yes, that is right. She does. Matron Senseua, for one, she wants it to be known immediately that she is on your side. That needs to be very clear. And the people of Trismakai, as well as Congiado and Coagiado, stand with you. There are other chiefs that do not accept you because of Logan. Those are the air tribes, Clan Farstar and Clan Brightwind. Those two They have told her that they will not accept you as chief. She wishes you to come to Trismakai, and she wants to fight for your behalf. She wants to call a meeting for all of the chiefs to come before going to Port Sahala for the World Council meeting. Now, she wanted to make it clear that she knows you are very busy, and with everything that has been going on, she doesn't want you to feel pressured. She just wants you to attempt to make an effort before the World Council meeting, which I don't think, at least, she hasn't been given any word on when that will happen. Just...
We have time. We
Good.
were told before we left that it would not be for quite some time.
Good.
I will be there. It will be before this meeting needs to happen. And if you can send word so she knows to expect me, I would appreciate that.
Of course. I can do that. I will send an animal messenger after our meeting is over. Well, with that, Kagan will speak up and say, it should be known that, first and foremost, before we talk about the problems that have arisen, Alec, you and I, as well as you, Jalissa, knew that there would be growing pains trying to integrate all of these things. However, in a good note, relations of the people are very good. People get along with each other. There is no more nasty behavior or hateful remarks made on the street corners. And if there are, they are dealt with swiftly. It should also be noted that the natives have built up a booming trade within the city of Nuvadolka and on its exterior. This has been very good for us, dealing with a new world of currency for goods and services. It has allowed us to navigate our way through this strange new place. So trade has been booming. We have been able to purchase things that we would not have otherwise been able to get, and relations from people to people seem to be going in a good direction.
Good. This is good news.
Very good news. But there are 3 things that we would like to get your verification on, Alec. And Jalissa will say, yes, there are certain things that we have had disagreements on, and being the chief of Congiato and the leader of the tribes dedicated to Esticia, we would like your verification on them. So, the first one is a delicate topic, all things considered. The first one is expansion treaties. Kagan decided that there would be no new construction of any new cities outside of Nuvadolka and New Efera. The other 3 that exist within Efera, Dibran Keep, the Enclave, and the Hearth, we have no say over them. But related to Governor Torin and myself, there will be no new cities built. I said, I think what would be better for the natives and for the colonists is that a small amendment is made to that treaty. As long as there is a native leader or a chief that is creating that city together with whatever colonist is trying to find it, I think then it should be acceptable. For example, Oz Crossing. You have Nahara and you have Philip. The 2 of them working together have made quite the beautiful city. I see no reason why we should prevent that from happening in other places around the Efera.
I agree. But I feel as though there has to come a point where there is a limit. I agree. I think having these groups of people in these cities of our people and others who want to come and see what Efera has, I don't see any harm in that if there are two sides willing to make it work. What I worry, though, is it becoming a constant. More and more of these cities popping up, and less grounds for hunting, less grounds for traditional living, for our people who do not wish to transition into the city.
And that is exactly what I said. Alec, you know, you have seen firsthand. You give an inch, they take a mile.
Well, I feel as though there is a compromise that could be made between the two. I say that the amendment should be made, but I also say that if a new city is proposed, it needs to be voted upon and agreed upon. Perhaps there is a group of people, a council consisting of myself, of you all, and if it is agreed, then a city will be constructed. And a native or someone who is of our people to be placed in a position of power within the city as well. I think that is a fair say, so both parties are happy. No one is losing their homes, but we are also providing new homes.
So then, just to clarify, they come to a council, myself, you, Jalissa, the others here gathered with us. It is either approved or it is denied. Now, if we go this path, do they still need to have one native and one colonist? Or
Correct.
Okay.
Until we are moved past all of this, I feel as though that is the best way.
We can work on numbers later, but Jalissa, if that sounds fair to you, it sounds fair to me. Yes, well, I believe I agree. It sounds fair enough to me. I would just like to put it out there. I'd like to keep the council to an odd number, as to never have any ties. That can be agreed upon. I would prefer that, regardless of the number, that those whoever may be a part of it, I would like to make sure that there is other native representation, aside from Alec, myself, and Cole, on there.
I agree. If we are going to be asking other natives, especially natives from other tribes, to give up part of their home, then they should be invited to sit on that council as well.
Will these positions be appointed or will they be elected?
I feel as though it is better that they are elected, because it's the people who know what the people want. Who are we to go into a place that is not our own and say who gets to say what?
Very well. This I can agree on. As can I. We can discuss more about specifics later, and we'll say no new settlements for the next 3 months as we try to get everything organized for this.
I agree, and I think that our focus should be on New Verdolka, New Efera, and All's Crossing. Make them strong, make them the example, and then we will take it from there.
Very good. I can agree on that. As can I. All right. With that, Jalissa makes a few notes, writes a few things down on a treaty, a piece of parchment, and then passes it around the table for everybody to sign, including Morgonix and Morgonix and Varnast.
Ooh, Alec is so excited to practice her new penmanship.
Yeah,
She literally as she's writing, she is going to pass a really big grin up to Morgonix as she writes her name.
That's adorable.
There you go.
I'm so proud of herself.
Throw down that John Hancock.
Oh yeah.
This is a Ryan question for now, but it might translate to a Varnas question. Why do they want Varnas and Morganax to sign anything?
Because you guys are the Wardens of Efera. You've proven that you care about the natives and the colonists and making sure that things stay balanced and equal. So, I mean, you're present, and at the end of the day, you know, sort of, you're also verification that this is actually a conversation that happened.
Okay,
Sort of like,
so it's more as witnesses in this case.
yeah, but I mean, also, you know, you two are free to step in at any point in time and offer counsel to Alec.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we could because originally we weren't invited to the conversation.
It wasn't that you weren't invited. It was just that you didn't need to be there if Alec didn't, you know, think that it was necessary. Jalissa didn't want to make you feel forced because she didn't know how much you really, you know, wanted to. But she said you were welcome to come if you wanted to.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. Thing 1 done. All right. Cross off the list. You sign. Give it back to Jalissa. Stacks it. And then Jalissa will say, all right, then there is thing number 2. Trade deals. So, what Kagan and Co. Presented to us was a tax on land trade routes in an effort to pay for reparations, damages done to native lands. This is something that Governor Torin and I have we have a rebuttal for, but this says what those two presented to us is that any trade traveling by land through Oz Crossing from New Efera to New Verdalka must pay road tolls at a value of 15% of the cargo value for the next 10 years, and then decreasing by 1% every year after that, in effort for reparations to pay for lost lives, lost time, and destruction of buildings. Now,
Morganax is going to sit up a little bit at this because she's thinking when it comes to money, Alec might need some help.
yeah.
Yeah. You can see Alec was feeling super confident about the first thing, but now she's like, there's a significant dip in her shoulders.
Yes.
But she's listening.
Would this tax apply to just gilded merchants or civilians, or is it a universal toll to all or just merchants?
The tax is just to merchants, as merchants were some of the ones most instrumental in bringing about the downfall of the Coagiato people.
Okay.
We want them to make sure that they know that the money is leaving from them because they were too greedy in the first place.
But this money is going to rebuilding and paying for families who did lose members and lives, correct? This money is going to a good place. It is being used for repair, right?
Correct. It would be used to pay native Eferans to guard the roads to make sure they are safe. Much of it going to the Wayfinders for their efforts for finding lost natives. There would also be a small percentage of the funds that would go to the Knights of the Dawn, as they have proposed to us an effort of finding natives of Efera who've been displaced around the world and bringing them back to their homeland. So, funds would go to them for doing that, to rebuilding the roads, establishing outposts and small inns and taverns along the way for safe places to stay at night. And then on top of that, for any native that had lost their home, it would go into a fund so they may access those any amount of money that they may need to either gain back what they had lost, or should they choose to leave Efera and take the money that they had earned and go somewhere else if they believe that this is no longer their home.
And what is the rebuttal?
Well, the rebuttal is, myself and Governor Toren have agreed to this. For one, as opposed to the 15% for the next 10 years, we would like to change that to a 1% charge on all trade goods for the next 15 years. And on top of that, giving a lump sum within the next week of 750,000 gold pieces to be delegated to the natives in whatever way they see fit. The reason that we want to do this is not just because it may end up being less money at the end of the day. But we are worried that if we impose such a strict tax law on any merchants traveling by land through Oz Crossing, they'll be less inclined to do that and they will just travel by boat.
That's what I was wondering. How are you going to prevent them from just finding other means, or perhaps avoiding this land altogether?
Well, my initial worry is that a lot of natives, at least within Kanjiato, money is not a necessity. I understand that with trade growing and with natives being more welcomed into cities, not every native will take that path. Others simply wish to have their homes back. Others simply wish to be left alone. And I just feel as though monetary I don't know the right word for it, but I just worry that giving them money and saying, we are sorry that your family is killed and you have no home now, but here is a bag of gold, figure it out. And I don't mean to be disrespectful in saying that. I just feel as though some natives will not be receptive to this. Go on, sorry.
You'll never find a solution that's going to make everyone happy. Not possible.
And like Jalissa said, some of the funds will go towards locating lost people, and perhaps after an initial healing period, funds can be allocated for other purposes within native interests.
Right. Then I suggest, Jalissa, we go with this. There is that 1% tax, but find a better way to spend those funds rather than just handing out coin. Build what needs to be built. Send the supplies that are necessary. But do set up a fund if that is what is wanted. If a native comes and they have no money, but they want to start their lives in a city, they should be able to feel like they can go to wherever it may be and be gifted that. But I feel it needs to be sourced correctly first.
So then you would propose going with what Governor Torin and I suggested, but instead of giving that money in one lump sum, dividing however much gold it is to those natives that want it, dividing it into separate accounts, separate areas where people can go to receive funds for different things. Say if there's a native who wants to purchase a home within Nuvaroka or Efera, or say there is someone who wants to rebuild their home out in the woods or out in the jungles. That way they can afford the supplies or at least hire builders to do it for them, so it's not all by themselves.
Correct. And because I feel as though Morgonix is concerned, if we don't want to push away these merchants, and if 10 is certainly higher than 1, I feel as though they'll be more inclined to pay with 1%.
The toll roads are not a bad... Oh, sorry.
No, she's just eyeing Morgonix to be like, yes, please, jump in.
The toll roads are not a bad idea. Bettering the roads and creating more outposts and inns would not be a bad idea. So maybe establishing a toll road at a much lower cut, and perhaps even instituting a docking fee for any merchants founded or associated with the Tarkirian trade and empire.
You're really gonna let them back in at all?
I don't know.
That was kind of directed at the group.
No, not at all.
Okay then. But a toll road with perhaps just a set fee for merchants as opposed to a cut
might not be the worst idea.
I
Making
agree.
the roads safer to travel would be. I mean, we've traveled those roads.
And then those funds can still go to the Wayfinders and the Knights of Dawn.
All right.
Alex smiles. Compromises are good.
I mean, if you hate that idea, do say, but
I don't hate the idea.
roads are good.
Can we make this happen?
You can see Kagan is a little more on the fence. Jalissa looks to him and says, what about this? We have it be a 3% or 50 gold, whichever is higher. Not 50 gold. 3% or 10 gold, whichever is higher, on a merchant's stock that they are traveling with. And we do that for the next 15 years. And then after that, we decrease it by 1% every year after those 15 until eventually there is no fees. And we can revisit it should we deem that it be necessary. We increase the percentage and have it go on for just a little bit longer. And we keep the lump sum as is, no changes there. And we do as Alec had suggested and break it off into separate chunks for different things. Kagan nods apprehensively and says, I can agree to this, but I would like to revisit it at another date after several years to make sure that there is enough funds to justify the protection and development of these roads. That is my only caveat.
We will do so. But Kagan, no amount of gold is going to permanently fix things. It's not going to bring back anyone. It is what we do next. And it is the lives that we change, and it is the culture that we cultivate that is going to change things. What is the next thing?
Well, the third and final thing is something that... It is something that I don't want to change my mind on. I am going to be very honest. I don't think that it is necessary for them to be there. And Jalissa says, Kagan has denied myself or Governor Torrin from attending any native meetings about the colonists. So this would include any mass meetings of all natives at the Conclave of Creation. Now, we understand where that trepidation, where that anxiety comes from. The colonists and the natives have not always had the best history. But myself and Governor Torrin have proven that we have native interests at heart.
Joe, question. I thought Jalissa was kind of native, right?
Morganix was just about to say that.
Yeah, like I thought she was like very far removed. Like she.
Yeah, very
like,
far removed. Like she was born in the Bloody Mesa.
Right, but like was taken at a very young age out of
Yeah.
that area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, then that's Alex's point. Like she's gonna immediately jump in and say, "Well, Jalissa, you are of a fair blood."
Yes, but I don't.
It doesn't matter. If you don't practice, if you don't do the rites, you were born here and you were born within a tribe. It is not as though you've denounced your people. You are of the people. I understand not wanting to have Governor Torn there, but there's no reason why Jalissa should not be welcomed. She can serve as that emissary, that diplomat.
Ambassador.
Thank you. That ambassador.
I suppose my only concern is that I would be more than happy to do this for the people for the colonists. But my main concern is my position is an elected position. What happens 5 years from now when I lose an election? And it's not a native who is leading the people of New Vidalka. I would like it to be a
Who's
position.
saying this right now?
Yeah, she is.
This is Jalissa.
Jalissa? Okay,
Jalissa,
thank
yeah.
you.
Sorry, with my congestion problems. It's
No, it's okay.
my only concern is that should I lose my position of office, I would like it to be the governor of New Verdalka and the governor of New Efera, even if they are not permitted to go to these sacred places, which I completely understand. But I still think that it would be better to have some type of meeting between those groups at least once a year. Well, my one concern is that while yes, wrongs were done by almost entirely the colonists, I don't want there to become this overcorrection, where then it is the natives, the colonists are excluded from everything, and they are not allowed in anything at all. They have to stay completely separate.
Then this is what we will do. How often did you wish for these meetings to occur?
It-
Once a year.
At least once a year.
Every year, we will set a date. You will all, a representative from each tribe, the governors. If you do not wish for them to meet in a sacred place because they are not of Efera, then I understand that, and I feel as though that needs to be respected. But you all need to meet once a year, and you can meet in Knowles Crossing. Because is that not the nature of what it was founded upon? There are sacred grounds there, but it is not something that is upheld, such as, what is it called, Tris Mackay, right, Joe?
Just Mackay, yeah.
Yeah. I feel as though that is a common ground where everyone can meet, have the same discussions, relay the information that was spoken amongst the tribes. That way there is no overcorrecting. Everyone knows everyone. We're all on the same page. And we are showing everyone that we can get along. We're not children. This is not a game. This is people's lives. And if we can't learn to work together and make compromises, she's looking at Kagan, then are we no better than what we just crawled out of? Once a year, at All's Crossing, we will find a day that works for the tribes and for the two of you. Nahara would be pleased and honored to host such a thing.
I have a question. What about future settlements, though? Do they also get a representative to these meetings, or does it just remain New Efera and New Verdalka?
As of right now, my instinct would be that any of these cities that sprout, they would be offshoots of New Verdalka or New Efera. Perhaps if a city grows large enough and it gains its independence, then I see no problem with allowing whatever the governor or officer. I think it'd be good for them to come.
I agree. Voices need to be heard. Everyone's voice. Kagan, can we agree to this? There is no treading on sacred ground. It is simply an alternate location.
Very well. I can agree to that. As long as they make sure to respect the land they tread on, because All's Crossing, the slumbering jungle, before it was that, it was Coagiato. It used to be sacred ground. Now it is not anymore. It must be treated with reverence.
And it will be. And think of what great stories and what great honor is going to be brought upon it when we can successfully have these meetings year after year. It truly will be a crossing for everyone.
Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second.
When did you die?
I sneezed and I need to clean myself up real quick. I gotta turn my camera off first though.
You
Oh,
need a poncho?
Man, you sneezed that hard?
yeah, I did.
Oh, I just caught up to it on the stream.
Oh wait, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait.
Stop making fun of me.
Oh my goodness.
You poor thing. I just saw it of it too. Oh, my stream is so behind.
It's not very nice.
Oh my goodness.
You poor baby. Gotta take some decongestant. I like how you disappear and it's just smoke.
Did you just give birth?
He's gone.
Well,
Poor Joe.
like what actually happened? I walked away for like 20 seconds.
He sneezed really aggressively and
Yeah,
he has to clean himself up.
I did. Okay.
Oh.
All right, I'm back now.
Gross.
Ooh,
Okay,
my nose is
Hello.
extra red, but that's okay.
that's okay.
Happens to the best of us. All right.
All right.
So Kagan agrees. He's
Okay, good.
he's able to get behind that.
Yeah.
As long as that place is treated with reverence, which Alec
Yes.
has sort of gotten the point across that it will be. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well. With that, once again, both of those papers are passed around for everybody to sign as witnesses and for approval. So you have made your decisions about these things. We have established a council to vote on new cities, balanced council, elected, not appointed. We have a lump sum of 750 gold to be divided into separate accounts for separate things, and then a small tax for the next 15 years on land travel, specifically for merchants. And then, of course, managing those relations between the natives and the colonists once a year in All's Crossing.
Yep.
And like
I
Alec,
would-
will go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I would quietly suggest to Alec that 750 natives fund be something that is kept open and added to.
Oh,
for
I agree. That's a good,
emergencies.
yeah, that's a good idea. To just have like an emergency native relief fund.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and even like set up centers for donations in the towns and just have it be on the government's mind of something to add to whenever possible.
Yeah. Alec would definitely back that up.
I don't think there's any problem adding, should expenses of the city be covered and there is profit. I see no problem with taking 1% of profits from the city and making sure that those go into that account.
Good. And I want to be very clear about this, and anytime we have these meetings, you all, every one of you sitting here, I consider a dear friend. And I appreciate any suggestions and input, and I welcome it. I firmly believe that is how decisions are best made, when it is multiple voices coming together, we're hearing all sides, and we are making a cohesive decision. Varnast is right. We're not going to make everyone happy. It is an impossible feat. But I will try to find a way to make it to where peace is always an option. And that my people, at the end of the day, are being treated with the respect and the care that they have always deserved. And the colonists will also be treated with respect, but also know that for a long time there is a lot of healing left to do. And if we can come together on these matters, I think it is setting the example.
I could not agree more. I agree with you as well. You have a gift for this, Alec.
Well, I don't know about that, but I just care a lot, and I want to do things right. So, if that is it, then I think those are the things that should be started as soon as possible.
Of course. I will be sure to reach out to Governor Torin and inform him of all of these things. We will work on selecting a date for the relations. I'll work with Kagan and Co on this. And we will work on establishing everything else. Thank you, Alec.
Thank you.
Since we're all already here, I think there's a few other things we actually need to be discussing.
Yes, very well.
By the time the revolution actually ended, we had to leave immediately to the Gemstone Archipelago, so I'm sure much has been done since we were last here. What's been done with all the prisoners? Where are they?
The Golden Shield prisoners?
I mean, Golden Shield, like, the Governado's men, like, there was a bunch of soldiers, like, they didn't all die or leave, like, you know, the, what are they called? The Crimson Companions?
Yeah, so almost all of the Crimson Companions were able to escape and head to Dybran Keep. That was something that Duncan shared with you.
Vaguely remember that.
Yeah, because almost all of them had escaped, and they had begun to... Let me see, where is it in here? Yeah. So Dybran Keep was where the Crimson Companions were sort of staying. That was like their home base. But Korvac had like corrupted all of them. So now the Crimson Companions serve as generals in Korvac's army, and they're all gnolls now.
All right. What about all the others?
All the others. So, Jalissa says, I cannot speak for what happened with Governor Torin and the Governado's soldiers. I do know that most of them, at least that were in New Efera, did die, but there were some that were left over from the fighting. I believe most of those ones have been imprisoned, and they have just been sitting in a jail cell. As far as I know, of course. I don't know if anything has changed within the past several weeks. I can say that those Golden Shields who are still here, I went through and had others go through with me the potential of rehabilitating them, looking to see whether they were just following orders or whether they did have any real vile intent to what they were doing.
It isn't just to leave people sitting in prison with no sentence or trial or inquiry.
Oh, of course. Ulf, for one, has been working with them. They have not left Agatha's keep, or at least where the Golden Shields had built up. They have been in there. Ulf has been working with them, as well as some of the Golden Shield soldiers that Ethos left behind here for him. They have been working on that. As far as I know, Ulf, those who were deemed irredeemable, who truly did seem to have hate or contempt in their heart, Ulf being their commanding officer, sentenced them to death. Which that was a rough day. But any of the other ones, they seem to have just wanted to get paid. They wanted to have a job, safety and security, even if that meant doing something dangerous. So others are being trained, and it seems as though they will be serving as those who were deemed redeemable. They'll be serving as an active militia within the city.
What about soldiers or anyone connected to the Tarkarian Trading Company? Do we have any of those here?
Those who did serious damage were executed, considering Duradin Dupree's involvement with everything. And those who were merely following orders, they were all exiled, never to be returned.
They've been sent home.
Correct.
Oh, that's good news at least.
Yes, anything related to the Tarkarian Trading Company, I believe myself and Kagan both agree. We want nothing to do with them. Yes, I completely agree with her.
All right. That was the main thing on my mind. Anyone else have anything?
No.
No.
Then
The school Duncan was setting up, is that still an active shelter?
No, it never was. We were able to use other places that had not been used, that had been evacuated.
Oh.
Yes, all of your things are still there. The old native woman, she has been working as a keeper of that estate, as well as that very angry-looking cat.
Thought he'd do well there.
Yes. But no, so your things that you left there have largely been untampered with. It is worth noting, though, there are improvements that can be made, depending on what you would like to do. These expenses, at least initially, this primary upgrade, will be paid for by, the city of Novadolka for the services you've done. It just depends what all you would like to build. Going up from there. And we can talk more about details later, as it will take time to construct anyway, but I will give you more details of what builders have proposed, and you can make a decision at a later date.
seems fair. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got nothing else.
Very well. Well, if there is nothing else, then I suppose that you all are free to go. There was nothing else that I needed you for. And I know that there are many in New Efera who wish to see you. Feel free to spend as much time as you would like here in Novadolka. I'm always very happy to have you. But should you decide to leave tomorrow morning, I would not blame you for it.
I think we have a list.
Very well. Well, if there is nothing else, you all are free to go. And I will be in contact with those items that the builders proposed.
Thank you.
Of course. That Kagan and Co., they stand, and they bid you farewell one last time. And so does Jalissa, as all of you, if there's nothing else, head out and back towards the academy. Right? Or where are you going?
I don't know. Where are we going?
I mean, might as well stay at the academy.
Yeah.
It still feels a little weird to Morgonix. It still feels like it's Duncan's now that he's back. But...
I mean, Duncan's probably already there, right?
Yeah, he's there, yeah.
So yeah, that's where we're going.
Okay. All right.
That's gonna fuck Duncan up. No.
No, yeah, and Duncan's already been very honest where he thinks that you guys are, like...
He said that, but it's hard. It's one thing to hear that and another to accept it, and Morgonix is still kind of getting used to that idea.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty.
So with that, let me go ahead as all of you make your way up and around throughout the city streets, people greeting you along the way. Eventually, you do make your way back to the estate or to the academy. So let me go ahead and move all of you guys in here. Doggo. Oh, our nest. Why's doggo not there?
Been so long.
That indeed.
Oh yeah, there's
Completely, but I swear that I also offered like the temple space up to the worshippers of, I think it was Arathis.
Yeah, the law bearers, I believe.
Yeah, like I said, in lieu of anything else, they were welcome there.
Yeah. Which I don't know how much they would have used it because there still were temples that weren't destroyed in New Verdalka.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, there we
I've been here in forever, y'all.
I know.
I know. That's what I was about to say. There's like dirt and trees in Alex's room.
Yeah.
And, like water.
Duncan's gonna go in and just cry.
Oh fuck, there's like a whole ass thing in here. Hilarious.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look at her little baby faces. I can't click on myself though, that's okay.
Oh, you can. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I need to do that.
Look at little doggo.
Did you make these our new tokens?
No. These are just to like represent like on other things where you guys are at. Yeah, no. You still have your like regular tokens for battle
Oh,
maps, but
give me my token.
well,
I
okay.
guess it doesn't really matter.
Here I can at least.
Alec would find that old lady and just like give her a very nice
Yeah.
hug. And
Yeah, Morgana's would like to see her too.
Ooh.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I
I'm
was,
back.
I was just throwing down the
Oh.
tokens. There we go. All right. Now you have control. Okay. So yeah, you find her and she says, "Oh, my dear. Yes, it is so good to see you again. I hope that I have tried to keep things as tidy as I can. It is a little more difficult when, well, a good portion of the house is covered in dirt and stone, which I prefer, but it is a little harder to make sure it is all nice and tidy."
Oh, no, it looks good. Thank you for being here for such a long time.
Hmm.
And Alec will feel weird about it because it's not like a thing, but like she will offer this woman like, how much money does Alec have? I mean, she's gonna offer too much, but how much do I actually have?
That goes without saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have 3,000 gold. Alec is gonna give this woman 100 gold pieces.
Oh, wow. Okay. You give it to her and she says, "Oh, well, thank you so much, my dear. I don't know what to spend it on, but I suppose that, well, all of you, if you'll be staying here tonight, I can promise you'll be eating well."
Thank you.
Just kind of tucks it away. As you can see that you and her probably have similar concepts of money where all she knows is that this is a lot. She doesn't exactly know how much
Yeah.
this is. She's just,
Yeah, that's cool.
"There's
I love
100
it.
in there. Wow, that's awesome."
It's heavy.
Yeah.
I feel like Morning Light is already trying to sniff out that cat again.
Oh, yeah. On the prowl. Going through. And as all of you enter into that sort of main area, you can see Duncan sitting at the table, reading different books that he would have grabbed from the other room. And he kind of looks up, he smiles at you and says, "Well, I have to say," shuts the book, sets it down, "I like what you've done with the place." You were able to give it that certain amount of life that, I don't know, I never could figure out how to do. I guess it helps when there are more people living here than just me.
Well, your room should be mostly as you left it.
Oh, yes, it still is upstairs. Quite all right. A little dusty, but with a broomstick and a feather duster, I was able to clean it up nice and quick. And it's quite nice. I forgot how much there was left in there. A lot of memories to uncover.
Sure.
But no, it's quite nice, this place. I like having the sense of life in here.
Alec, I have to say that you were definitely most creative with your room. At least I'm assuming that's your room, Alec.
Zamir was worried about the bugs, but I told him that they were just friends, so there's nothing to worry about. So I'm glad you like them as well.
Of course, of course.
You
Well,
see more Bonix's eye twitching slightly, but she's blissfully smiling anyway.
yes. I don't know what else to say. I'm I would like you to know that, just as this was my home for quite some time, I want to be very clear that this is your home now as well. Honestly, I'd hate to think of what this place would be like if all of you, moved out, so to speak.
I don't think you're in danger of that. What time is it in the day?
At about this point, you're probably looking at maybe like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon after getting here at like 9 a.m.
So, obviously we'll be spending the night here. What's the plan from tomorrow on?
I think we have a lot of ground to cover. Pass through New Verdalka, head to New Efera, chat with Emerald, and then on the way to the Bloody Mesa, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think so. I was just double checking to make sure that was the plan.
Where
Yeah.
exactly is your ex located, Duncan?
Well, Grace, she is...
Sorry, I couldn't remember her name.
No, that's okay. He wasn't saying that like mean or anything.
No, I know. I
Yeah.
was like, shit, what's her name?
There is a small oasis settlement right on the edge of the Bloody Mesa. A city by the name of Nazunet. Was originally founded by the natives long ago, then abandoned, and now has been repopulated by field researchers, those individuals from the Enclave, as well as those people who think that New Efera or New Vidalca are just a little too big for them, and they like the heat, arid heat, not like the dampness that you feel on the coast or in the jungle. I did reach out, and I informed her that there were individuals who needed to travel through the Bloody Mesa. And she said she would meet us in Nazunet. And that was it.
Very well. So, how best do we get there? Do we procure horses? I mean, what is the journey looking like for us? Because I don't know what to expect.
Well, most likely, if it follows what we went through in my younger years, how it would work is we travel by ship from New Vidalca to New Efera. Just faster that way, especially considering the ship. Then from there, we take horses to Nazunet, and then in Nazunet we trade those horses for either camels or lizards. And then from there we head into the Bloody Mesa.
Okay. Do we need to alert the ship? Do they just wait at our beck and call? How does that work?
Well, from what I learned from Douglas, it seems to be the case. It's your ship now. They'll go where you tell them to go. Last I heard from him, he was restocking just in case you needed to leave the next morning, so As far as I understand, he'll be ready to go tomorrow morning.
I guess it's a night off then.
Yes?
Is there anyone else you want?
Alec and Varn asked.
What?
I was looking to Alec and Varn asked for confirmation of that.
Barnes just kind of gives a shrug, like, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, Alec is content.
Might try to get a little shopping in. I can always use alchemical ingredients. And we're probably pretty out of potions at this point.
Yeah.
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 I'm not out, but I'm lower than I've been in quite some time. So it's out of my comfort zone.
Okay.
But
I
go on.
if that's okay. As we travel that way, I am just going to make a few stops, but it won't be. She kind of like looks around. What time is it, Joe?
Right now it is about 2 o'clock in the
Okay.
afternoon.
Okay then. I am just gonna go and just be home for a little while, but I will be back
Yeah.
before we leave tomorrow.
I think we're all pretty safe to wander freely here.
But that we leave tomorrow.
Okay.
If nothing else, I'm gonna go.
Are you okay?
I'm great. Honestly.
Okay.
I just want to go and be outside and
You should.
just be here. Alec is just gonna like glance over to Varnas before she leaves. Are you okay?
Yeah, just thinking, as I always do.
About?
Just what's ahead. Just still seems like we have so much ground to cover. Now we have a dragon, apparently, so got that to think about.
Don't worry, we will.
Yeah.
Varnas, you always give me really good advice. So I'm going to give you some. And she's like, there's a really big smile on her face. Sometimes I think you just need to get high and go walk in the woods. And that's what I'm going to go do.
Maybe go fishing, have a nice drink. I don't know what relaxing looks like for you,
Good question.
but it's a good time to figure it out.
Maybe I will take a walk.
Do you want to come with me?
If you want the company, sure.
Organics, do you want to go too? I know you want to shop.
But I really feel like I need to get this going. And will you be offended?
No, not at all.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna take a leisure market day.
Varnas, I'm going to show you the best tree to climb. And she smiles and just tucking away her items.
You know what the best tree in Newport is to climb. Whatever. Let's go.
All right. So with that, Alec and Varnast head out, as well as Morgonix to Morgonix go shopping. You two to go outside the city limits and into the the wilderness, the dense jungle area surrounding New Verdalka. Flashback to this art.
Oh, this is a flashback to my session 0. With I still have not forgotten. I'm still waiting for the day I run into Boomy again.
Heck yeah.
Sorry, that was an aside, but
Didn't Varnast also meet Boomy? And the
Varnast-
group has not made those connections yet.
Nope. Boomy guided you on your way, and then he just kind of helped you out. And then he
Yo,
headed
did you
off.
see my
day.
message?
One
Did I see
day.
your message? Oh no, not yet.
Boomy was dope, y'all. That was pre-stream, but gotta dig him up again someday. Possibly literally.
Dang.
He was the cutest little bug-eating druid. I just loved him. Y'all, I have way more gold than I thought I did. We were in the abyss a long time.
I'm glad you do.
Go spend that money.
Does Rhinass need anything? Like, Morgana sort of asked for shopping lists before she left.
Really?
Really?
Not that he's aware of. He never buys potions for himself because, like,
She kind of just provides them.
that too. So yeah.
Alright.
You know what? Actually, that's not true. Diamonds.
Diamonds.
Yeah. For resurrecting people.
Yeah.
Diamonds
So,
are a cleric's best
in-
friend.
In 100 gold increments, preferably.
Yep. Yep. I play cleric and curse the Strahd.
Also, if she could look into like removing that enchantment from that sword we got and possibly putting it on a different weapon, like I don't know if she could just like talk around a little bit about it. Like Alec would.
Honestly, that almost seems like something to ask Emerald about. I bet that's child's play for him.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, never mind.
So we're outside.
We are outside. Alec is going to walk in a very specific location for a very long time. It's about a 2.5-hour walk. And as they are walking, she is just going to be literally pointing out different kinds of trees. How many times she's fallen out of certain trees, which tree she's broken a limb on, which tree is, if you stand really, really like far away and you squint, looks like a giant, which trees you can jump from limb to limb without falling, which trees that if you tie a vine from yourself and you can just skydive from those trees, which trees you can hide from your parents finding you, which trees animals can climb and which ones they can't. So she's just like going on and on and on as they're going. And I mean, she hasn't like smoked anything at all yet. She's just quite literally just enjoying being outside, pointing at everything, being very familiar with this area.
And, Varnast is, like, engaging in the conversation, though he's mainly just wiping the sweat from his brow because he hates this fucking climate.
No, it's the best climate. Alec hasn't
No,
even
it's
broken a
the
fucking
worst.
sweat yet.
He's also wearing mail, so,
That's your fault. Alec
But,
is just gonna, like,
He's resistant
run
to fire
ahead.
damage, so it's a little better.
And she's just gonna turn around and she's gonna say, are you having a hard time keeping up?
Alec, I don't think anyone can keep up with you. I've seen you run.
She just laughs. She laughs in her 65 movement
Yeah.
speed.
It's ridiculous.
There comes a point where she does kind of like stop walking, as if she can't really go any farther,
Ugh.
and then she'll just like turn.
Oh,
Sorry.
did we find it?
Yes. Okay, you see this tree? She's gonna point to a really fat tree. It's like a chunky trunk tree. This tree, when I was really little, my Logan would take me to this tree, and we would carve different letters of our alphabet into it, just just to practice. And sometimes I would come here by myself. I wasn't supposed to go this far away. I mean, you can see how close we still are to the city. But I didn't really think there was a problem coming this far away. And sometimes you would see strange people, and I thought it was fun to throw rocks at them from the tree because they didn't know it was me. They didn't know I was up there. They thought it was a squirrel or something.
Hmm.
But I was in this tree when I could see all the smoke, and I could hear people very, very far away, but I could hear them. And sometimes I think if I wasn't so afraid, I would have gotten home sooner. But I love this tree. I know a lot of the trees kind of look the same, but this one's very... And she kind of holds her hands out wide. But I love this tree because all of the damage that it's taken from my father and I carving into it, the rain, the wind, whenever the lightning strikes. If you really look at it, it's the oldest tree for miles. And even though it's been through so much, it's still standing here. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. It's a tree. I know that may seem strange, but I just like it.
I don't think it's strange at all.
I can come here, and I could probably keep going if I wanted to, but I don't think I need to. And I can be here and still smile and still be happy for what I have and what's to come. I know what lies ahead is painful, but I think we've done such good things, and we're gonna make things right. We already have. And so sometimes I think it's good to acknowledge that pain, but also know we have a lot to do, but it's okay to just breathe, Varnast. You kind of do this thing where you get in your head and you try to think of every possible outcome and every possible solution to everything. And then I think sometimes all of that thinking, it's good, and it's good to be prepared, but I think sometimes you miss what's right in front of you. We have a lot to do. We have so many... We met a dragon today, and that was a lot. And new names and new people, new threats to what we are trying to do, but maybe we should just be like this tree. We've already been through so much, but we're still here. And we're gonna keep being here. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but I just wanted to share that with you.
I think it does. I think a long time ago, you expressed concern over a sword I had. And I told you that at the end of the day I wasn't scared because I knew if anything was to happen, I had all of you to make sure that I was safe.
Right.
Thank you for this, Alec. Just... will you keep watching my back?
That's what friends are for. I will. Now, I'm going to climb this tree. And you can come with me if you can make it. And she kind of like laughs. And Alec is going to climb into that tree.
Not nice to make fun of somebody suffering heat exhaustion.
He'll try. He'll throw a guidance on himself, but he'll try.
Yeah. Varnest, make probably the only roll for tonight as an athletics check with an extra d4 on there.
Oh, sick. So I rolled a 19 plus a 1 on the guidance, so I think that's like a 26.
Hey.
Nice. Okay. Even though you are
Hey.
incredibly overheated, Varnest, and probably dehydrated just a little bit, you do manage to climb up the tree not nearly as fast as Alec. It takes you probably triple the time, but you get up there.
It's like pulls
No, you're
himself
not
up.
so old after all.
Yeah, we'll tell my bones that. They'll just like kind of like lean against like the trunk of the tree.
Yeah, she's trying very hard not to laugh at him. And she's just gonna sit there and just enjoy being a 19-year-old kid again.
Aww.
And just kind of like swing her legs off of one of the branches and just be happy.
I think after a time, Varnast would look up to her and he'd be like, Alec, can I ask you something personal?
Yeah?
And if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. Because you haven't up to this point.
Okay.
You always tell me all these stories about you and Logan and the things he taught you and what he showed you. You never talk about your mom.
I was told that she was one of the most fearsome warriors anyone in Candiato has ever seen. But what was her greatest strength was how much she loved. But I only wish I could have met her. But my mother died when I was being born.
What
But I
was her
hear
name?
wonderful things. You can see her like starting to well up. Sometimes saying things out loud makes them a little too real. And she just smiles at you, Varnast.
He gives a nod. I understand that.
But she was great. Even if I didn't meet her, I know she was great. What about you? What about your mom? What was she like?
Well, she, there's a saying where I'm from, Halmaru women are tough as nails. You'd like my sisters and my mom a lot. I'm the quiet one in comparison. They're
I can see that.
they're so passionate about everything. Best spear fighter I ever saw, my mother. And she trained both of my sisters to take it up after her. She taught me as well, but I was better with my father's sword. But she was always so strong. I just thought nothing fazed her, nothing bothered her. Didn't matter if, money was tight or if there was fear about, something being seen in the woods. She just always was so composed. And I think that's why it shook me so much when they brought my father home. That look on her face, I could never forget it because I'd never seen it on her before. She wasn't crying, but pain. A lot of pain.
Yeah. Well, I can see where you get your strength from.
Hmm.
I think she would be very proud of everything you've done.
I think she would be.
Do you miss home?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I've been away for a very long time.
Well, thank you for saving mine. I will make sure that you can see home again soon.
Thank you.
She takes a really deep breath and just kind of like falls back onto the tree branch.
Janvik.
What?
Janvik. That was my father's name.
A great name for a great man.
I just felt like you deserved to know. You don't have to tell me, but I thought you should know.
My mother's name was Adria.
Sure, she's proud of you too. I am. Enter, not even mine.
Alec is gonna throw a pine cone down at you.
Are we on the same branch? No, I'm kidding.
She'll throw it over at you.
He'll just take it. Ow.
Sometimes you say things and I don't know how to respond to them. And she just smiles.
Varnas will smile back and he'll just turn and look out at the scenery around them as he just sits.
Alec will just kind of fall back and just stare up at the sky for a long time. And she's just gonna enjoy being out there. She doesn't really... I think that gave her a lot to think about. In a good way. So she's just kind of enjoying being outside. In that thought process, in that company.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me.
So as the two of you are enjoying your time there, let's go ahead and cut back to Morgonics, and let's go ahead and get through this shopping here.
A lot of it can really be off screen. If you want, I can just tell you what I'm gonna go in the market for.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is you just tell me right now, and we'll get them prices settled.
Okay, would I be able to find diamonds for Varnas?
I'd say you could probably find one of each, like one 300 and one 500.
Okay, I will take them.
All right. You got a Revivify and a Raise Dead.
Whoop, whoop.
Let's just go ahead and add that to your inventory because it's pointless otherwise. I'm not putting it on mine. Whoops, no, I don't want to add that much gold. I want to remove it. Okay, alchemical ingredient.
Yes.
Let me see what I got here specifically. I've got a lot of explosive ones left. I really need magical materials and healing materials.
Okay, so I mean, one of the things that I can say is that a lot of this stuff is probably going to be a little bit harder to come by just because everything has been in the rebuilding process.
Right.
So a lot of them have been probably prioritized for people who need them, like are sick or whatever. So we'll say healing properties and then just generally magical. So I'd say that you could find around maybe 1,000 gold worth of magical components.
Okay.
And maybe only about 250 gold worth of healing components.
I will take 500 gold worth of magical components and all 250 of the healing.
Okay. All right. So
Quick
that,
made a note of this.
all righty.
Okay.
Cool.
Those were the main things, and then the rest I will just window shop and enjoy my day and see what pops out at me.
Okay, yeah. So kind of as you are making your way through the city streets of New Verdalka, still middle of the day, like I said, 2-3 o'clock maybe. One of the things that you can see is there's a small, what looks to be open air stand for natives, where you can see there are different like colonist and native children kind of running around playing, and you can see there are all of these different animals that are sort of free roam in this area. No chains, no cages. They're just kind of running around playing with the children in a small pen, like you'd see at a zoo perhaps. And you can see that all these animals are just kind of running around with the children and playing. And you can see that there are a few natives who are walking around talking to people, and one native does approach you and asks if you'd like to the way that they phrase it is form a relationship with one of the animal companions in the pen. Of course, there would be a monetary charge to provide you the necessary information that you need to take care of it. But you're not necessarily paying for the animal. You're just paying for the things you need to take care of it.
Oh my goodness.
So you can see a whole bunch of different animals. Some of them are smaller, some of them are larger. You can see what looks to be maybe like a, you're a little nervous that it's in there, but you can see what looks to be a baby bear ostrich that's very, very tiny. Probably the size of like a dog, like a Shih Tzu or something, super small. Just kind of running around chasing some of the other things. You see a collection. There's maybe 7 or 8 of them. They look like moths almost, but they are these bright luminescent colors, and you can see their faces are
I had a bad experience with moths once, I seem to remember.
Yes, you did. These ones are not nearly as weird and gross as those ones. They have like the sort of wing shape as moths, but they have like 4 legs on them, and then they have these like almost like hummingbird faces, like those really, really thin beaks, and they're very brightly colored. So you see those. You also see there are 3 or 4 in different colors and coats of these medium-sized, or these small creatures that have what looks to be like the generally kind of the face of an owl and wings, but the body shape of a cat. And they're just kind of prowling around, and they they give this like weird like combination of like hooing and meowing, where it's like just kind of alternating.
Oh my god, just ruined me. So cute.
Mm-hmm. So you can see them kind of bouncing back and forth, playing with some of the different children. Yeah, those seem to be the animals that are in the pen right now. Sadly, you see no other dogolins.
There's only one dogolin.
Yeah, there is.
Someday we're gonna find out that that's not actually a creature. He is just this legendary being every 500 years or so.
Oh, I would love.
Like the dog from Coco.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't ready for that.
Underrated movie. No one talks about Coco enough. That was
It's true.
I
it's
agree.
True.
Coco is a good one. Anyway, the cat owl looks a lot like this bad boy.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it. Oh my god.
Ben, does it like me?
Yeah, as you kind of are talking back and forth with the native man, he sort of puts a small whistle in his mouth and sort of blows into it very lightly, and you can see that the cat owl that does have the white underbelly, then sort of with the brown and tan wings and head and tail, sort of looks up and flies up towards him, sort of lands on his arm and shoulder, kind of perched up there, and he kind of scratches it under the neck and then sort of like picks it up by its stomach and like sort of sets it near you on your shoulders. And he says, just stay still. We'll be able to tell if it will like you. And kind of puts it on your shoulders. And as you just sort of stay there still, you can see the cat owl for a moment just kind of like is like kneading into your shoulder and just trying to see. And it kind of like presses its head up against yours. And then just into your ear, it goes, and it'll stop kneading and it'll just kind of lay onto your shoulders, and sort of its 2 feet like interlock, like the 2 front paws interlock with the 2 back paws, as it's just kind of hanging around your neck right now. And the native man goes, oh, well, that is new. I suppose it must really like you a lot then.
Oh, I like them a lot too. What must I do to love it forever?
Oh, well, for one, it makes me very happy to see the 2 of you have a connection. For the food and for the whistle and for any instructions on how to take care of them, you'd be looking at 10 gold.
I will give you 20.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It is much appreciated. We believe that everyone out there has an animal companion waiting for them. A friend that will never leave their side, and it warms my heart to find that, well, you have found yours.
Oh, that's a beautiful thought.
Well,
Does it have a name?
No. I have not had the chance of asking it its name yet.
Okay.
But if you were to find someone who could, then it couldn't tell you its name. But most animals, especially when they're young, they are happy to answer to anything as long as you are giving them food.
Oh, is it a boy or a girl?
It is a girl.
Oh, so cute. I love her.
And it seems as though she loves you.
Morganix just dissolves into a little girl over this. Whoops.
Adorable.
Yep, that's happening.
Alrighty. Well, with that, the native will hand you the whistle, which you can, while it's in earshot of the owl cat will come directly to you. Gives you enough food for it for as long as you'll need food. No need to worry about buying more food for this animal. As most of the time, because it is a predatory animal, it can't hunt on its own when you're out in the wilderness. But yeah, so gives you everything you need, and with that, we'll send you on your way unless there's anything else.
Good.
Alrighty.
I love it.
I do too. Okay. So, with that,
Gonna show up with this majestic creature.
so eventually you return back to home, and you can see that Alec and Varnest eventually return, and Alec and Varnest, you can see this creature that Morganix has with her.
What is that?
It is the cutest thing that has ever existed.
Oh, I really enjoy this. Alec is gonna like walk over quickly and just like offer her hand. Offer her hand. It's like she's not gonna like go. She knows how animals are. Just to like smell her palm before she pets it. If he allows her, she allows her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see there is a little bit of this sort of like that weird thing that like owls do, where like the head kind of twists a little bit, like upside down.
Oh
And
wow, I love.
And it just sort of looks at you, and then its head sort of returns to normal, and you can see its like face kind of tucking back into its shoulders as it smells something on you. And there's this brief moment where like
No.
Doggelin, Morning Light, walks in and makes eye contact with this cat, this owl cat. And yeah,
Morning Light, it is okay. This is a friend.
the two of them, the owl cat kind of jumps off Morganix's shoulders. The two of them just begin to like pace around the room near each other.
Oh, it's okay. And I'm gonna get her little treats, and I'm gonna say, I don't know what your name is, but I've been calling you Minerva.
Oh, I love that.
Okay. So you can see that you pull out the treats, and there's this quick flash of the head, like back to you, and like the upside down looks at you and then looks back to Doggelin. And the two of them continue to pace, and then they both kind of stop, and they get closer to one another. The cat owl Minerva kind of like sniffs at Doggelin, and then Doggelin kind of sniffs at the cat owl, and then they just kind of go their separate ways. There's tension between the two. There's beef there. I'm not sure what it is, but
I got her from some natives, and I don't know her real name yet, but I've just been using a filler. I wasn't really thinking about how she'd react to Doggelin. I was more worried about how she'd react to the Mouser cat here.
Well,
I've eaten him already. I'm not sure.
I think Morning Light can learn how to become friends with a new friend, and whenever you're ready, maybe I could ask her what her name is, but only when you're ready.
Can we speak with animals?
When I put on, my... What do you even call that?
cowl.
Yes, thank you. Words are hard. When I put on my...
Frostwolf and ask this
Cowl.
little cat what its name is.
Are you asking that in character?
The cat.
Yeah, Barnett does actually.
Alec just opens her mouth. Well, if I approached kindly, and made my presence known that I see your point. Maybe not.
Maybe we let her settle in with us and get used to us as people for a couple days, and then we try that.
Yes. As people, correct.
Sorry, this is Ryan real quick. I thought Morgonix had something where she could talk to animals, because didn't she recruit the cat somehow to come here?
I had a scroll. Or not scroll. When I bought the Ring of Spell Scrolling, it had Speak with Animals in it, so it was a one-time use.
Got it. Okay, that makes more sense, because I was like, we've done that before. But that makes sense.
There
Never
is
mind.
an Eldritch Invocation I can take to just be able to do it whenever the hell I want,
Mm-hmm.
Regrets.
which I now have incentive for. Someday.
One
Well,
of these days.
Well, I
Looking
think
forward
this
to
is a
meeting
great.
her officially.
Me too.
Yeah, the native said she wouldn't mind if I used a filler name as long as I kept giving her food. And my parents used to tell me a story about a woman named Minerva, and it fit.
What was the story?
She was a champion of Ioun who ascended to the stars.
I think
Hundreds
it's
of years
very
ago.
fitting.
I wanted a
think
pet
that
for a
fits.
while, but I didn't feel like I had any right to get one when I didn't know if I was going to be here. You know,
Valid.
Yeah.
it didn't seem very responsible, even though I feel like you guys probably would have taken care of it. It wouldn't have been right. But now I can commit to something.
Well, when you do learn its name, let the rest of us know.
Yeah.
Well, the offer still stands. I could go and hunt something, and together we can clean it just like old times, and it can be like a great homecoming feast as a family.
I don't know if I could bear to go through that without Cyrus here to enjoy it.
Yeah, that really seems like
Oh.
it's a Zamir thing.
Yeah, it's Zamir, I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to that.
Believe me, I've said Cyrus on occasion too. I'm just trying to say Zamir, just because then it'll become more real, you know?
But
And
I
it's
mean,
harder.
if you found out that you did that without him, that was so special between you two.
Yeah, he'd feel very left out.
Yeah.
Alec just looks between the two of them, like back and forth. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking.
We're
Like,
going
that
to
means him so much.
Right. Uh, we will wait until Zamir is back.
Yeah, and it's a lot of life changes for her in one day. So when she's used to us and she knows your scent a little bit more, then we can go giant wolfie.
That's
Right.
probably not a bad idea.
And you can carry my apologies for not getting her correct name sooner. But I think she'll forgive me. And I'm just trying to resist the urge to keep picking her up and squeezing her.
Oh, not to remove, but did you find any diamonds out there by chance?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Rummage through my treat bag and pull the diamonds out.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was all I could find in town.
How much do I owe you?
Oh, don't worry about it. At least one of my deaths will be free.
All right, I'm gonna offer one more time to pay you, but if you refuse one more time, then I'm not gonna offer again. So last chance. Are you sure?
Oh, it's okay. I had a lot more gold than I thought I did.
Okay.
And I mean, odds are good you could end up using one of those on me, so
Yeah, you said that in the abyss, so
I know, and I still can't believe you didn't have to. But just consider it a party contribution,
fair enough.
because you guys are gonna have to put up with a lot of squealing with me over this for a little bit.
That is okay. It is only right.
Is she soft like
Eh.
a kitty? I've never been able to pet an owl, but is she soft like a kitty?
Oh yeah, it's odd because it's like it has feathers like an owl, but they're so incredibly soft. Like, oh my goodness, soft.
She fly?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I can't. I just can't.
Yeah, like it kind of like it does spend a lot of its time sort of walking on the four legs, and it's odd because when it goes to lift off, it doesn't like flap its wings at all. It more so soars. And you can see that like there is this like deep purple, like it's like a flash of light almost kind of underneath the feathers. Whenever it does go to fly, it'll just kind of like jump up, and then there's
Whoa,
that flash.
That is not what I thought it was. I did not see the text on that gift before I sent it, okay? Can we
I can believe that.
forget that happened?
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
You're welcome.
I don't think we can.
Wow.
Oh, that was so funny. And anyway, you can tell that there's some type of innate magic in this creature that allows it to kind of jump and then begin to soar and begin to fly around. And it flies around the entire house. And you can tell that throughout the rest of the night, it and Doggelin do start to get along, where they're like play fighting with each other. Where Doggelin's trying to catch Minerva, but sadly is just not able to get the height. Where Doggelin will kind of like jump up every once in a while, try and like smack at it to get Minerva to come down, but Minerva's just too agile. So the two of them entertain each other.
Once he realizes that she is not competition for Alex's companionship.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. All right. Is there anything else before you guys head to bed and get ready to leave in the morning?
I will give back the glasses that do the once a day use of detect magic.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I will give those to Duncan.
You hand those back to Duncan and he goes, ah!
Yeah, hold on to him.
Oh, you know, oh, that is too funny. Oh,
They come in handy, but I've learned this trick on my own now.
oh, very well. And he'll take them and I'll kind of fold them up and I'll tuck them into his pocket and he'll say, "Thank you for returning them."
Them will just be destroyed.
Yeah. If I'm being entirely honest, I completely had forgotten about those.
Never let Al touch them. I kept a pretty close eye on them.
That's probably for the best. Probably would have sat on him and broke them.
But your first artifact for the school? I don't know.
Yes. I suppose so.
I just thought I'd give them back.
Well, thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
I appreciated you giving them to me.
Well, I'm glad they could come in handy so often.
Morgonix will just be very amused that that tickled him so much.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, have you met me?
Alrighty. So,
That was it. That was thing.
all right. Eventually,
me.
the old native woman does come back. She has brought tons of food, and she starts cooking for you guys.
She's like, what the fuck? Why is there another animal in here? Yeah, she's native. She's fine.
No, yeah, she.
You think that would upset her?
Yeah, no, she loves the rocks and the bugs. She smiles at the owl and she like has a conversation with it. You don't actually think that she's really talking with it, but she really thinks she's talking with it. And she's just having a back and forth and like, oh, well, anyway, oh, that's very interesting. Oh, yes, very good. Oh, so what did you think of the weather today? Was it good flying weather? Oh, that's good. You know, just kind of stuff like that. And then eventually she breaks off from the conversation and heads to make everybody some dinner while you're here. You can see that as all of you sit down in the chairs surrounding the table, Tom, the tomcat, he also sits at a chair at the table, as he waits for his food has kind of been his like nightly ritual with this old
Nice.
native woman, or he'd eat at the table with her.
Oh, I probably would have picked up a fish at the market for him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, while she was out shopping, she would have done the same. So he gets 2 fish. So he's a happy cat today.
So I made that deal with him. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take off like a couple of silver pieces because she would have.
Yeah, you get some rainbow trout. Literally is a rainbow. Get it for him. He enjoys it. He chows down. He does a lot of running around every day catching the mice, but he maybe has put on a few pounds since you've been gone. He has been fed well, that's for sure. All right. Well, with that, all of you eat your dinner, you have your fill, and you head to sleep. And next morning comes, you get ready to load everything onto the ship and head for New Efera, unless there's anything else anybody needs to get off their chest before you go.
I think I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, alrighty.
I'm happy.
So, as all of you load up on the ship with a new pet, some new supplies, headed for New Efera with some probably much more tense conversations on the horizon, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Whew. Whew. Man.
It's a lot more intensive than what we've been doing lately.
Yeah.
What
Oh.
Efera's all about.
Yeah.
Heavy conversations and sadness.
And cute pets.
And-
But,
I've been pestering Joe about that owl cat for months.
I know.
aw, as
Works
you
out.
should.
That's why it had to be.
And I'm like, Joe.
That's why.
Must need.
That's why it had to be the last thing that I brought up. Oh, man. All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We've gone over by about 40 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and end it there real quick. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. And I'll see you tomorrow for the Isles of Iverion, next Tuesday for the continuation of the Salamander Coast, or next Friday for the continuation of the Explorers of Efera. With, by the way, next Friday, we'll have our 2 new people joining in the Explorers of Efera. Very excited for that. Oh, also, this Wednesday, we'll be having the one-on-one shot with Lila Tatiana, which is Felicity's new character into the Isles of Iverion campaign. So be sure to tune in Wednesday at 6:30 Central Standard Time to see that one-on-one shot and get a little taste for how Lila is going to be introduced to the Isles of Iverion campaign. So yeah, there's all that good stuff. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Farewell!